네, 이른 아침부터 오늘 행사에 참석을 해주신 모든 귀빈분들 환영합니다. 저는 오늘 사회를 맡은 유네스코 아태 무형여산센터 장연석 선임 전문가입니다.
For you to watch at your leisure. With that, we'd like to begin the 2024 International Tug-of-war Symposium. First of all, let me introduce our guest in attendance today. We have Oh Sung-hwan, Mayor of Tangjin City, with us today. We have Yoon Deok-ju, Kim Deok-ju, Chair of the Tangjin City Assembly, with us today. Kim Ji-sung, Director General of UNESCO ICHCAP. John Tin Han of the Vietnamese Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism, the Deputy Director of the Agency for Cultural Heritage. Gu Cha-dong, a bearer of the Gijisi Tug-of-war element. Gu Eun-mo, Chairperson of the Association for the Safeguarding of Gijisi Tug-of-war. Lee Wan-shik, a member of the Tangjin City Assembly, is with us today. Yoon Myung-soo, also a member of the Tangjin City Assembly, is with us today. I'd like to begin by listening to the opening remarks of Oh Sung-hwan, Mayor of Tangjin City. I'd like to ask you all to please give him a big round of applause.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. And it's a great pleasure to host the International Tug-of-war Symposium here at Tangjin City. And thank you very much for your attendance. And I would also like to extend my gratitude to Director General Kim Ji-sung of UNESCO ICHCAP. Thank you very much. And we have many participants from around the world. We have Tran Den Tan, Director of the Agency for Cultural Heritage at the Vietnamese Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism, and also Sian So Perthit, Director General of the Techniques for Cultural Affairs, Minister of Culture and Fine Arts of Cambodia, and also from the Philippines, we have a key participant from the major cities, and we also have speakers from China as well as Japan. Thank you very much. And we also have our key members from the Preservation Committee, the Safeguarding Association. Thank you very much for coming. I myself worked at the City Hall with the chairman of Tangjin City Council for 32 years as I worked at the city government. I was in charge of tug-of-war for 4 years. And it's true that the Gijisi City Tug-of-war took place every 4 years. And right now, of course, it takes place every year. But what's interesting is that as while I was in charge of the Gijisi Tug-of-war, I have mentioned that it's important to really find a way to facilitate this and really promote this around the world in earnest. And it's been 20 years now. It's now inscribed on the Representative List of UNESCO. And we are now even hosting this very important international symposium. And I believe that in addition to Mr. Gu Cha-dong and also the Safeguarding Association has been putting in their best efforts to make this possible. And thanks to your efforts, I do believe that we were able to see tug-of-war flourish here in Korea. And I want to mention that Gijisi 줄다리기 or tug-of-war has a 500-year history, a 500-year plus history. And it's about harvest and it's about unity. And we've been seeing the elders continue on with this tug-of-war ritual. And as you know, it's very interesting where for 30 years every Sunday, we've been really chanting Yeongcha for more than 2 years to really go progress with the tug-of-war rituals or the tugging rituals. And it was about the spirit of cooperation or collaboration, and it was about unity and cohesion. In the past, 20 years back, when I was in charge of tugging rituals, it was Kariano of Japan, their tugging rituals that were first introduced. And I do recall that it was at the Heungcheongdong Square where they've actually went on with their tugging rituals. And I recall that they've really seen that the spirit and the determination and the will of Korea, and it really gave them goosebumps to see the impact that the tugging rituals of Korea had. So it was about cohesion, it was about unity, it was about cooperation that the ancestors really did want to portray and transmit to the younger generations, and that's why the Gijisi tugging ritual was able to come to its being. And I truly hope that the symposium will really help promote the very important intangible cultural heritage for the countries around the world. Once again, thank you very much to all of our distinguished guests. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Oh, for your opening remarks. Next, we'd like to move on to introducing two more of our VIPs. Chung Yeon-mo, also a member of the Dangjin City Assembly. Choi Yeon-suk, also a member of the Dangjin City Assembly, is with us today as well. Thank you very much. Next, we'd like to hear from Kim Deok-ju, the chair of the Dangjin City Assembly, for his congratulatory remarks. I would like to thank all of you for coming here and extending my warmest welcome to all of you for coming to the city of Dangjin for the symposium. My name is Kim Deok-ju. I'm the chair of the Dangjin City Assembly. Thank you to the mayor as well as Koo Cha-dong, the chair of the the bearer of the element, as well as the chair of the Preservation Association. Thank you to Kim Ji-sung, Director General of ICHCAP, for traveling a long way to Dangjin, as well as Tran Tin, the Deputy Director of the Vietnamese Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism, as well as Shion Sopyaret, DG of the Ministry of Culture and Fine Arts, Cambodia, and Kubota Hiromichi of Tokyo, and also all of the members who are also present here offline from the different 6 preservation associations across Dangjin. Gijisi, as represented by Korea's tug-of-war, has been jointly inscribed into the representative list along with Cambodia, the Philippines, and Vietnam. Next year, we'll be celebrating the 10th year of this joint inscription. This is a cross-border collaborative effort. And through this, we were able to successfully inscribe this element into the representative list. Just by fact of having it on the representative list is something that we are very proud of. But more importantly than the inscription itself is that after the inscription, we have to work hard to safeguard and further develop in the transmission of this element. With continuous efforts and networking, we were able to continue to safeguard and have sustainable transmission efforts for this element that we so cherish. Today, we are here gathered under the theme of discussing the role of tug-of-war in an inclusive society. Important and esteemed scholars, as well as practitioners, can share the significance and meaning of the value of safeguarding and transmitting this element. This promises to be a very important session. Through this, we hope that this folk game, and ritual can be further cherished and valued. Thank you very much again to the organizers as well as everyone here with us today. I wish you all health and happiness. Thank you very much.
네, 의장님 말씀 감사합니다. 그럼 다음으로는
Yes, thank you very much.
김지성 유네스코
Next, I would like to invite Director General Kim Ji-sung of UNESCO ICHCAP for his welcoming remarks. Please welcome him with a big hand.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I am Kim Ji-sung, Director General of UNESCO ICHCAP. Finally, we are having this International Tug-of-war Symposium with an over 500-year tradition of the tug-of-war element. I'd like to thank Mr. Oh Sung-hwan, Mayor of Tangjin, as well as Kim Teok-ju, the chair of the Tangjin City Assembly, for their effort and support in hosting the symposium. And of course, I would also like to thank Gu Eun-mo, the chair of the Gijisi Preservation Association, Gu Ja-dong, the bear, Bo-nam, Korean Traditional Tug-of-War Preservation Society, as well as all the members of the city government of Tangjin. Thank you very much. This symposium is the third of its kind, supported by the city of Tangjin. We have with us here in Korea, Son Jin-chang, Deputy Director of the Agency for Cultural Heritage at the Vietnamese Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism, Sion Supres, DG at the Ministry of Culture and Fine Arts, Cambodia, Natimin Lee, Vice Chair of the Vietnam Cultural Heritage Association, and Rene Talavera of the National Commission for Culture and the Arts of the Philippines, as well as other experts from both home and abroad. Thank you very much for coming here and welcome. As you know, Cambodia, Philippines, Korea, and Vietnamese tug-of-war have been, in 2015, jointly inscribed into the UNESCO Representative List, and it's now the 9th year of this joint inscription. And this 2024 International Symposium is being held with the supports of these 4 countries so that we can look into the status of safeguarding of the tug-of-war elements in all respective countries and share our findings and research results over the years. Through this symposium, we can once again look at the value of safeguarding and transmitting the tug-of-war, and I do hope that we can come up with new lessons forward. I ask you for your continued interest, and this is a joint heritage that is shared across many countries in Asia. So I hope that we can find and see more value in this joint heritage. Once again, thank you to all of you for being with us, and thank you for all of your support.
I do want to mention we have Director Lee Deon-jung-tin, agent of the Agency of Cultural Heritage at the Vietnamese Minister of Culture, Sports and Tourism, will be delivering his congratulatory remarks. A big round of applause, please.
Dear Mr. Kim Ji-sung, Director General of ACRCIP, dear Mr. Ji Yong-kwan, Mayor of Danjing City, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Vietnam Department Cultural Heritage, I am honored to be with you today at the 2024 International Tug-of-war Symposium. We would like to express our gratitude to ICACIP and Gijisi Tug-of-war Museum for organizing this symposium. This is a remarkable occasion when we 4 countries participate in multinational nomination Tangjin ritual and game element. Together with the community, could meet again after a long wait due to COVID-19 pandemics. UNESCO inscription of the Tangjin ritual and game element of four countries, the Korea, the Philippines, the Cambodia, and the Vietnam on the representative list of tangible cultural heritage. Humanity has affirmed a diversity of practice as well as adaptation to ecological conditions in each community. The inscription help clarify the important role of intangible cultural heritage in sustainable development, as well as the value of tangible cultural heritage decreased on the creative of human. As the shared development of the nomination by for the country evidence of the ability of intangible cultural heritage to submit into cultural dialogue. After 9 years of being increased, the cultural and social meaning and function of the element are maintained by the country community, demonstrating the harmonious behavior of human with nature and create cohesion. The integrate into social, preparing the 10th anniversary of the inscription of the Organization of International Symposium of Element by ACR, CIP, and Dancing City is extremely meaningful. With the representative of UNESCO, local government, and community, along with working in state management cultural heritage, researchers have an opportunity continue to clarify the value of importance of the tugging ritual and game, share experience and safeguarding and promoting heritage value, and discuss and propose research and cooperation of traditional and communication cultural heritage. Ladies and gentlemen, the South ASEAN country and Korea have a country rich in tradition, the diversity and identify along with many similar cultural elements. I hope that in the future, I will continue to cooperate in searching and selecting suitable element to continue building communication nation to submit UNESCO to increase on the list of the 2003 convention, contributing to great cultural dividing and connecting in the region and helping to building the foundation for various tangible cultural heritage elements. Thank you, and thank you.
네, 부국장님 말씀 감사합니다. 그럼
Thank you
다음으로
very much.
발표로 넘어가도록
Next, we would like to move into the
하겠습니다.
keynote address,
이희엔 교수님을
and this will be given by
다시 한번
Professor
모시겠습니다.
Nguyen Thi Hien of
교수님은
Vietnam National University.
국립문화예술연구소의 부소장을 역임하고 현재는 하노이
Is also the Vice Director
유산학과의
of the
학과장으로
Cultural
재직하고
Heritage
있습니다.
Institute and the
유네스코
Dean
유산사
of the
협약
Vietnam National
및
University,
학과
also
기구를
served in the advisory body and the evaluation body of UNESCO, and also part of the evaluation body for the National ICH Committee. Please give the professor a big round of applause.
Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank HCAP and the mayor of the Dangshan City to invite me to this important symposium. My paper is about the value and significance of the tug-of-war as a shared heritage for inclusive and sustainable development. The concept of the intangible cultural heritage, as defined by UNESCO, encompasses of heritage ritual, social practices, performing art, craftsmanship, and other non-physical aspects of culture that are transmitted from generation to generation, contributing to the sense of identity and continuity. Multinational shared ICH refer to the cultural practices, expression, knowledge, and skill that are recognized as a part of the cultural heritage of multi-countries and regions. This reveals an excellent example of shared ICH heritage element cross borders that can bring people together for mutual respect, international effort on ICH safeguarding. As in the Article 19 of the 2000 Convention, says the state party recognize that the safeguarding of ICH is a general interest to humanity, and to that and in the text corporate and at the bilateral, sub-regional, regional, and international levels. When an element is found on more than one state party territory, UNESCO appeals and encourages the state party to the convention to submit the multinational nomination file to the list on the sake of peace, dialogue, and being together, as well as for conclusive and sustainable development, as the case of the tugging ritual and games by the four countries, Cambodia, Philippines, Korea, and Vietnam. So next, I would like to talk a little bit the multinational nomination file as a new trend of the UNESCO's inscription. The multinational nomination file have been increasing in recent evaluation circles. For example, in 2023 circles had 12 files in comparison to 5 in 2019 and 1 file in 2009. Up to now, the total 730 ICH elements on the list from 145 countries are inscribed on the list. 85 of them are multinational nominations made by 103 countries, and among them, 29 ICH elements are in the 48 countries in Asia and the Pacific. The question arises as to the reason of this increasing in the files. This trend meets 2003 Convention's objective in the general interest of humanity and collaboration of the bilateral and sub-regional and international level in safeguarding of ICH. On the other hand, the multinational nomination file have been prioritized to be evaluated in the possible inscription, not counted as at least 1 file per state party to submit the file in one circle. So as it is a case of the national, multinational file, this leads to some state parties, such as Azerbaijan, are having 4 ICH elements, multinational elements in 2023 circle, and France had 3 multinational elements in 2020 circle. And next, I would like to talk a little bit about heritage of tugging ritual and games from Cambodia, Philippines, Korea, and Vietnam for inclusive and sustainable development. The tug-of-war heritage holds deep cultural significance, especially in East Asia and in Southeast Asia, where it is a native among community to ensure abundant harvest, promote social solidarity, provide entertainment, and mark the beginning of a new agricultural circle. This ritual and game involve two teams pulling a rope or stick, emphasizes cooperation over competition, and symbolizing the strength of the human forces and natural forces. As a heritage game passed down from generation to generation, the tug-of-war embodies the essence of the community engagement and collaboration and essential for safeguarding of cultural heritage. This shared activity fosters social bonds, strengthen community ties, and promote the bearer community's sense of belonging and cultural identity. The shared tugging ritual and games for inclusive development ensure all individuals and all participants and benefit in developing effort regardless their background or identity in the submitted state party. It aims to create opportunity for marginalized groups, individuals, and social inclusion, addressing inequalities to achieve their better development outcomes. The shared tug-of-war heritage is not just a local, but has global implications. It lies with the global communities of shared futures concept, emphasizing for importance of inclusive and sustainable development. This heritage embodies values of cooperation, mutual assistance, and respect for differences, promoting harmonies and inclusive among diverse ethnic groups and civilizations. By fostering unity, solidarity, the tug-of-war heritage contributes to better world where the different cultures coexist and learn from each other and thrive together. Furthermore, the tug-of-war heritage promotes inclusivity by fostering by showing the richness of the diverse cultural expressions. Different regions and ethnic groups have a variety of the tug-of-war games, each reflecting customs, benefits, and values. This diversity enriches the cultural landscape and encourages mutual respect and understanding among people from various backgrounds and cultures. By inscribing and safeguarding this heritage and intangible cultural heritage, society of the four countries in Asia can embrace and appreciate the differences, fostering a more inclusive and tolerant environment. The tug-of-war heritage can promote an inclusive society for fostering unity, celebrating diversity, and safeguarding cultural heritage. This heritage brings community together, regardless of ages, gender, and social status. The tugging ritual and games emphasizes cooperation over competition, highlighting the importance of working together toward a common goal. By engaging in these shared cultural practices, individuals from different countries and ethnic groups and nations can come together, strengthen bond and the sense of identity. The shared tugging-war ritual and game for sustainable development aim to meet human development goals while also enabling well-being, gender equality, and environmental sustainability to provide necessary resources for future generations. The concept based on the meeting the needs of present without compromising the ability of future generations. to meet their own needs, taking into account environmental, social, and economic developments, as in Chapter 6 of the operational narrative to recognize the interdependence between safeguarding of intangible cultural heritage and sustainability development. Additionally, the tugging ritual and games contribute to sustainable development by fostering community enrichment, unity, and a sense of belonging among members. This game international and competitive nature emphasizes cooperation and over the competition, highlighting the importance of working together. Moreover, the tugging ritual and game are deeply rooted in the local traditions and often involved in the festival, the ritual, in the shrine dedicated to the spirit. Organizing this tugging ritual in front of communal houses or temple, involving village elders and the whole villagers in leading and organizing the younger generation. These practices help transmit cultural knowledge and value across generation, distributing to the sustainable development and in the sector of cultural heritage. So, I'd like to give us some conclusion mark. The shared element of the tugging war among the Korea, Vietnam, and Philippines and Cambodia contribute to inclusive and sustainable development by fostering cultural exchange, promoting unity, and safeguarding heritage practices. This stress intangible cultural heritage inscribed on the list of intangible cultural heritage by UNESCO symbolizes the strength, unity, and community spirits across the 4 nations. By celebrating and safeguarding this shared heritage, this country honor heritage and promote mutual understanding and respect among diverse communities. Through collaboration and effort to safeguard and promote this heritage, Korea, Vietnam, and Philippines and Cambodia can strengthen cultural ties and enhance social cohesion and create a sense of shared identity among these 4 nations and community in these 4 countries. In essence, the tug-of-war heritage promotes inclusivity by serving as a platform for cultural exchange, mutual respect, and unity among individuals from diverse backgrounds. By celebrating this shared heritage festival and embracing the cultural diversity, this heritage creates a more inclusive society where people can come together, appreciate each other's heritage, and build stronger connection based on the mutual understanding. And for post-inclusion, safeguarding of the tugging ritual and game has achieved so far that aim to the inclusive, the sustainable development too, including the establishing Vietnam Tugging Heritage Network in 2018 and Korea-Vietnam Community Exchange in 2018 and Korea-Philippines the Tug-of-war Community Exchange in 2019. The international the Tug-of-war Symposium is a participant of the expert and local community members. So as Mr. Park Wimmer states that the biggest impact of the multinational would be the changes in the tug-of-war community themselves. The activity of the safeguarding activities that has separated the community have changed, and the coalition to safeguard the tug-of-war by the establishing the network domestically, regionally, and internationally. Through this safeguarding activity, the community member determined to recognize the importance of safeguarding the shares Asia's tug-of-war as mainstream of human creativity and cultural diversity. Thank you so much for your attention.
네.
The interpretation channels. I'd like to ask you for your kind understanding. With that, I'd like to begin the first session, which is the title of Current Status and Future Tasks in Safeguarding Tug-of-War subsequent to the joint inscription. And our MC will be Hwang Ji-hye of NRICH. I'd like to invite Hwang to the stage.
안녕하세요. 방금 소개받은 국립문화재연구원 황지혜 연구관입니다. 2024년 국제 줄다리기 심포지움의 일부 세션
Hello, everyone. It's a great pleasure to meet you all. I am the moderator for session 1. I am Hwang Ji-hye, researcher at National Research Institute of Cultural Heritage. I would like to extend my gratitude to Mayor of Tangjin City and also Director General of UNESCO HCAP. And I would also like to extend my gratitude to all of our bearers, our practitioners from the communities. Thank you very much for joining. Session 1 will be on current status and future tasks in safeguarding tug-of-war subsequent to the joint inscription. It was 2015 with the multinational inscription, but before the inscription, I do want to mention that there were many experts from the countries that have engaged in various research, discussions, and also put together joint efforts for the nomination file. It was about sharing the strategies, devising the strategy together, and thanks to these efforts, we were able to achieve a great success in the multinational inscription. And the efforts by the communities have also enabled this inscription to happen. And in 2015, it was basically a very sensational event. In the case of the Republic of Korea, if you think about joint inscription, we have taken part in a multinational inscription in the past that has to do with falconry. But I want to mention that the tugging rituals and games with Vietnam, Cambodia, and the Philippines, the 4 countries coming together to engage in this multinational inscription was a very sensational event, one of a kind, and it was truly a meaningful event. And session 1 will be by the speakers and the members that have enabled all of this to happen. And we want to talk about not only tugging rituals, but also when it comes to ICH, we have Japan that has been also a very important partner in the safeguarding. So we will also have a speaker from Japan as well to join us. So we have a total of 5 speakers. We're going to share the research and the current status of tugging rituals. So I would like to ask you to be with us till the very end. We have 15 minutes for each speaker because we don't have abundant time. So we will go right into the presentations. We have Go Dae-young, curator at Gijisi Tug-of-war Museum, who will be giving us a presentation on the activities in 2024 subsequent to the inscription to the list, especially on dissemination and solidarity. Please welcome Mr. Ko with a big round of applause.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I've just been introduced. My name is Go Dae-young of the Gijisi Tug-of-war Museum. Today, I'd like to tell you a little bit about the different activities that we have undertaken since the joint inscription and also share our experiences. In Korea, so in the case of Tangjin, we have a 500-year history of tug of war, but there are records in the Joseon dynasty and elsewhere about tug of war being practiced for a very long time. And especially in the past, this was part of a village festival in agricultural society. In the modern society, this was also practiced in the urban regions. It's a ritual and a game, a form of entertainment that many people can participate in together. It was a way of social cohesion, of many community members coming together and enjoying themselves. I just showed you some photos of the past, but these are some of the photos that are more contemporary. You can see how many people are enjoying this, even sometimes in the downtown region, in the middle of the city. And on the bottom, you would see some villages, and also in these big soccer fields and big outdoor gymnasiums where tug of war is being practiced. Because of this, tug of war is different from other ICH elements. Because if we see this as a form of occupation, if we see that this is a job in and of itself, and I think this is similar with other countries, but for these tug of war practitioners, they have other day jobs. So they have other careers and occupations, but they take time out of their days to participate in tug of war. So in that regard, this element is different from other ICH elements. Because of that, this transmission of tug of war and how this is embraced by the community should warrant a different perspective and a different approach from all of us. These are some of the photographs that you see of the activities that we did after the inscription. You see that there's participation and collaboration with many different community members and other associations. But before the inscription, I just want to briefly tell you about how we had safeguarded tug of war in Korea over the years. Because this is a long tradition with a long history, in the form of industrialization and urbanization, some of the tug of war rituals became difficult to be practiced. There were two main ways of survival. So, in one case, many of the tug of war games were played in college campuses. So university students would play tug of war with one another, and this was a form of play and entertainment. On the top, that's what you see at Ewha University, Ewha Women's University. So you can see that many colleges and universities would feature this as a main event of their village, of their college festivals. And the other way that tug of war survived over the years is to have these pioneers, village pioneers, who continue to have a tug of war last, even without government support, that they themselves volunteered to have the tug of war game continue to survive over the years. That's how many of these tug of war games and rituals since the 2000s continued to survive, and that's when the local government started to take interest, and many local governments started designating their own tug of war element as an ICH, and that's what led to more support since the 2000s. And then this led to the joint inscription and the joint nomination of tug of war, which, as you know, is quite significant. In Korea, falconry, so falcon hunting, was something that was done by the Arab Emirates, and Korea participated later on, whereas the tug of war joint inscription was something that Korea led. It was an effort led by Korea, and many other countries participated and collaborated with us. And also, another importance is that the Tangjin city, so a local government, participated very actively early on, so they also led the efforts. This is also quite significant. And here, this is the preservation associations in Tangjin City. So in Korea, in Tangjin, there are 6 different kinds of tug of war that were designated as an ICH. These 6 preservation associations created their own larger organization. And this also was a very important outcome of our efforts. Through this, other Groups similar to this combined association were formed for the mask dance and other ICH elements as well. Another important significance is that there was international exchange because we worked together with Cambodia, the Philippines, and Vietnam. We continue to work very closely together, and this active international exchange was also quite significant. And lastly, we also saw a development of education programs in the transmission and the widespread awareness raising of tug of war. We need efforts to educate the public. So that's how the museum was formed, and UNESCO ICHCAP spearheads many different educational programs and efforts to raise awareness. Because the joint inscription, as you can see, led to such many outcomes, we can see that it was quite significant and quite impactful. Even since the joint inscription, we had many events and activities that we put forth together with the participation of many organizations. So, for example, in the pictures, you would see the administrator of CHA, the Cultural Heritage Administration of Korea, participating in this event where they presented this certificates of the joint inscription, and there was a performance as well. And then there is NIHC. It's the National Intangible Heritage Center. It's located in the city of Jeonju in Korea. It focuses and specializes in ICH. It also, as you can see, provided an exhibition on tug-of-war element. And many channels of the media would also broadcast and highlight videos of tug-of-war. Of course, this was only for a very short period of time. It was something that immediately followed the joint inscription, but because the joint inscription was such a big newsworthy moment, there was much media coverage of this. So in the case of the Philippines, this was also something that was broadcast in their major channel. And there was also efforts by the Korean Cultural Heritage Foundation. And together with ICHCAP, we also published this brochure that you see here. This tugging rituals and games, as you can see, this tug of war is also included in the high school textbook for students here in Korea in the English language textbook. So in Korea, these high school students will learn about this in their English class because it's included in part of the English textbook. And this tug-of-war element is included here and introduced to students together with many other folk inscriptions like the Spanish pole element as well. As I mentioned before, there was this greater organization, an umbrella organization of different preservation associations. It was a union of these safeguarding associations, and they came together to try to pool their resources and work together. And one of the things that they do is every year they put on demonstration events, member workshops, and education, research, surveys, overseas exchange, and furnish information. For instance, they showcase these events and seminars in many different regions so that they can raise awareness that tug of war is practiced in so many of these different regions and areas. The members of the safeguarding associations and the preservation associations would also host workshops where they share information and share experiences and also learn from one another. There's also overseas exchange here in the Vietnam and Philippines, where exchange was done with colleagues overseas. There was also a similar program for Cambodia, but because of the COVID-19 pandemic, there was a bit of a postponement. ICHCAP has also provided much support since the inscription. In 2021, following the 5th year of the joint inscription, there was an online event that was hosted to show how tug of war is something that is deeply found and deeply rooted in our everyday lives. There was a webinar, as you can see here, that was hosted by ICHCAP. Another fun and interesting a training module that was developed out of tug-of-war joint inscription was this education model, this box that you see here, and other different textbooks and etc. that were delivered to many students in school. So it's not just showcasing the Korean tug-of-war, but many different Asian tug-of-war elements as well, and show this to students so that they can learn about this and internalize this information. Now, this is some of the educational efforts that we engage in. And people are also, these students are invited to experience tug-of-war themselves outside. They can try and experience tug-of-war and see how Korea's tug-of-war is different from other countries. So this is how students are taught. And also the Gijisi Museum offers this training as well. Now, after the COVID-19 pandemic was declared over, we engaged overseas exchange again. So for instance, we worked together with our colleagues in Vietnam about the different Vietnamese tug-of-war elements in their different local regions. Gijisi museum practitioners were invited, where we went and promoted our own elements and we engaged in overseas exchange. Until May of last year, we have been developing this digital archive of tug-of-war. This allows people to search and look up information on tug-of-war elements online. This is offered in English and Korean so that people can use the internet to do a search about different tug-of-war elements in different regions. And this is also something that is done by our museum. We also provide advice and consultation to other regions for their tug-of-war elements to provide help and support in safeguarding that tug-of-war. Now, this is a map showing the different domestic tug-of-war rituals. What you see in blue have already been jointly inscribed in 2015. That's 6 elements that you see there, and in red you see 5 other elements. After the 2015 joint inscription, there was revived interest across Korea about their tug-of-war elements. So many of these tug-of-war elements were inscribed as national ICH. There are currently 11 national ICH tug-of-war elements in Korea, so that is quite sizable. So if we think about tug-of-war going forward, people understand that this is a joint nomination, and this shows that there was cultural diversity here. And I really think that this joint nomination and joint inscription is one of the key ways where we can really understand UNESCO spirit. Of course, it's very meaningful to have individual inscriptions as well, but joint inscription allows us, many countries, to come together, understand one another, and engage with one another. And I think that's really the spirit of UNESCO. And of course, we have to do much more going forward, but I think one of the things that we should do is continue to discover new tug-of-war rituals and games, try to have more ICH nominations so that we can have more widespread efforts to raise awareness about tug-of-war. We can also share the research findings and experiences of one another to share the impact. And lastly, to have more exchange among not just the regions here in Korea domestically, but with countries around the world, so that if we can really summarize it going forward, it's proliferation and solidarity. So that we can have more of a proliferation of tug-of-war, have more tug-of-war friends, and have even more exchange and communication, have mutual growth for one another. And that solidarity is what we need to see going forward. I think that there's a little bit of an issue with the slides. Some of the words are cut off, but I'd like to ask you for understanding. And with that, I conclude my presentation. Thank you very much. That was our presentation by Ko Tae-young, who talked about efforts in Korea after the joint inscription. He talked about proliferation and solidarity. Talked about the process leading up to and after the joint inscription, and also the efforts of the Preservation Association of the Union, and this introduction in the textbooks, the digital archive, some of these many different inscription activities and efforts that were undertaken following the nomination. Let's give another big round of applause to Mr. Ko.
한국의 사례를 살펴봤는데요. 이번에는 베트남 줄다리기
Yes, so that was the case of Korea, and let us now move on to the case in the Vietnam. The second speaker is Lit Tim Min Lee, Vice Chair of the Vietnam Cultural Heritage Association. And the topic of the presentation is the status of safeguarding tugging rituals and games in the Vietnam. Yes, a big round of applause, please, for our next speaker.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, I would like to extend my gratitude to thanks Each Cape and Dancing City and Zodarigi community for inviting me to join this very significant symposium. On behalf of community here, and I would like to share with you some information and lessons from community of Tug-of-war in Vietnam. In my presentation, I would like to share with you some information about the status of safeguarding tugging ritual and game in Vietnam. Firstly, I would like to introduce the tug-of-war community in Vietnam. Okay. You see here, this is a map of tug-of-war communities in Vietnam. You will see 9 communities now. On the right hand, this side, you can see 6 community already inscribed in the list 2015, and here you can see the 3. Yeah, you can see 3 community we discover in the recent year. Until now, we have around 10 and 9, but we have one more. Not yet in the map. We just discovered last week. So I would like to share with you the idea that we have to do some more inventory, and we have to work with community to identify the heritage, intangible heritage community, not only on tug-of-war community. So it's very, very important. Now I would like to share with you some information about each community. In the screen, you can see the bamboo tugging ritual and game at Vua Ba Temple. Okay, sorry. Yeah, you can see Vua Ba. It is very, very small community in Hanoi. We discover them when we are doing the nomination file. So very few people and very small people in southern district. And so, but after the inscription, the community have more opportunity to present their heritage. Example in Museum of Ethnology and some festival in Hanoi, and they have opportunity to communicate with sitting Tug-of-war community in Long Biên district also. Here we can see some image of seated tugging ritual and game at Trấn Vũ Temple. Now they are here. I would like to invite Mr. Go Quang Khai. You stand up and the people can see you and and give you a hand, because he is very active on safeguarding in tug-of-war. So they have very difficulty before. They have no place for present their heritage. But after inscription, the local community give them new place with new conditions for safeguarding their heritage. They are very active when we work with them. They always active to cooperate with other community, to tell, to present their heritage and to share with other community. They also organize the workshop with and the exchange cultural exchange 2019 with the Korean community, and then 2019 they visited Dancing City. And last year they cannot come, but they always contact with the community. And last year they organized first time international festival in Long Biên district. This is a very important cultural exchange between tug-of-war community. So today in our symposium we have Hương Canh, Rattan tugging community. So I would like to invite Mr. Tâm and Mr. Hung stand up. Yeah. So Hương Canh community have very special special condition. They have very big visitor. You can see. This is the image of in this year 2024. They sometime people in Hương Canh, in Vĩnh Phúc think that this is a sport game. It's not only for ritual. So with the activity of community, now the people understand more about the relationship between ritual and game. And the local government provide the new place for community, and they restore the temple for them to praying in the festival. So they also keep have relationship very close with the Trấn Vũ community. And see, and here you can see two minority community. This is a Tài and Giấy. You can see Tài. After the inscriptions, they have more condition for connecting with other people and for representing their heritage in a museum, in other festival in Vietnam. one thing different before inscription. Now, not only young people, the women and old people can join the community and to play together. This is hữu chấp Bắc Ninh community. They already have the support from local government. Every 2 years, they have very big festival. You see that intangible cultural heritage is always connected with tangible heritage. The temple, the place, and the cultural space is very important for them. So with support from government, local government, and other organizations in Vietnam, the people of community of Tug-of-war can do some new condition for their practice. You see here, this is a Chen Vũ temple. Now this is a new place. It's different between 2015. You see? And the temple is have more condition for restore and convenient for their practice. And so very important thing in our safeguarding activity. It is a change in community awareness. You can see now the Thai people can allow the people who married to take part in the practice. And Hieu Chấp can develop more participants. And the woman can join the sitting, tugging ritual and game at Chen Vũ temple. And I think after 9 years of the inscription, the community have very, very good opportunity to safeguard their heritage. You can see in the screen. Especially with their knowledge and their enthusiasm activity, they would like to do some more, not only festival every year. The Chen Vũ temple learn from other museum in Vietnam and learn from museum in Korea. And they organize education programs in this temple. You can see Mr. Ngô Quang Khai with the children. Every month, the school children nearby have to go to visit and learn something from the temple. And the awareness, not only on community, the leader, the local government understand they have to support and to do something for community. So the local government in Minh Xuyên very, very active to support the community. They want to move from an old place to new place for more convenience for the festival. You can see here on the right. I would like to spend some sentences for the role of non-government organization. I'm here on behalf of Vietnam Association for Cultural Heritage. We understand that community is very important on safeguarding intangible cultural heritage. And with our purpose, we would like to encourage the community, every community, to understand more about their heritage, to do more activity for safeguarding intangible cultural heritage. We work with the Tug-of-war community since 2018, right? 2018 until now. We work with 6 community on the nomination file, and 3 community we just discussed. And I think we have more community also. With our approach, we encourage them to identify their heritage. We don't force them to do some kind like a title or to do something for their title, something. But we still help them to understand more the values, the significance of their heritage, and they connect each other. They share with them the experience they learn from somewhere. For example, they learn from Korea and other community. So I think in the future, our association, and here we have Mr. Tang, he is director of research and promote center in our association. He have to do some more research and to work closely with community to make them understand more their heritage. And in the future, this year, we have to do to make a network between community tug-of-war in Vietnam. So besides the good lesson, the good condition, we have some more challenges and difficulties. We think we have to give the community more condition for safeguarding intangible cultural heritage, tugging, ritual, and game. And I think they lack of financial support everywhere, every community. They always. But we have to find the way to link between the project and to seek more opportunity from non-government or from non-profit fund for support the community. And one thing, they lack of attention and support from by themselves also, and we always like how to share, how to organize some small exchange and workshop to make them understand each other and understand their heritage also. And for the conclusion, I would like to give some recommendation. We have to do some more inventory and research. And I think this is very important. We need the support from government by policy, and we need the connection, the relationship between community, not only in Vietnam, even in 4 countries, in other countries, maybe in the future. And heritage is for next generation. It's from next generation. So education program is very, very important. Every community have to understand and to make more education program. I admire the education program of this museum. Vietnam community of Tug-of-war would like to learn from Gijisi museum here, and we would like to do a museum also. And Trấn Vũ temple, Dân Vũ community and Long Biên government would like to make it. And so we need to make it happen. Thank you very much. This is my very, very limited presentation. Thank you.
네, 레티민 쌤님께서 베트남
Yes, thank you very much. Ms. Letty Min Lee has given us a presentation on also about really identifying other communities even after the multinational inscription, and also about the importance of sharing the values.
그 공동체를 찾기 위한
And in
노력을
addition to that, she has mentioned how urgent the efforts were to identify the communities, and we were really able to understand that during her presentation. And she has also mentioned about some of the recommendations she had for the future, and I do believe that during the Q&A session, we will be able to speak in length on these recommendations. Once again, a big round of applause, please, for our speaker, Ms. Lee Ten-min Lee.
네, 1세션 공동 등재 이후의 줄다리기 보호 현황과 과제 세 번째
Yes.
발표입니다.
We will now move on to the third presentation of the first session, and for this we'd like to turn to Shion Sopyares, Director General of the Techniques for Cultural Affairs, Ministry of Culture and Fine Arts, Cambodia, on Cambodia's role in the safeguarding and promotion of tug-of-war as shared heritage. Please welcome him to the stage with a big round of applause.
Good morning. Thank you very much for the Korean counterparts for organizing this symposium. I think it's very important. We have learned, and we also have the opportunities to have our communities members to take part in this. Very important. I think this is very inspiring moment for all of them to have the opportunity to come and take part in these symposiums, and at the same time to see the festivals, which will be some things that they will take into account for their own safeguarding heritage in their countries. So I would like to make presentations on tug-of-war. I think I have spoken many times and discussed about this among others, and then also take part in the symposium organized by each CAP especially. But I will go through some of the, what is the notions of the tug-of-war in Cambodia. Tug-of-war in Cambodia is called Tieng Proat. Tieng Proat, it means pulling the ropes, and the rope in the former time it was made out of the buffalo or cow's hide. But now it's not, the practice is not anymore. We can use ropes, different kind of ropes like wands, bamboos. I saw the case of Vietnam that using the bamboos, and we have identified many others. Woven rattans, and we have the communities that use that, and woven stems of sugar palms that also used, and or simply plastic ropes, because you can get easily because of degradations of the forest environments and stuff like that. So that that is the case that is happening now. Preparations of that, it's very, like it takes some time, or it takes some effort. Sometimes they have to go a distance to get wands from the forest, like this case. And some they can, make, they prepared it with care. I think one of the rope made by Mr. I forgot his name, but he one from the remote area. It is in the museum. We shipped it from Cambodia and then as a showcase here. And this is just to showcase how that you are pulling it, and then there is at the end of that, there is something that you can hold on to it. And this is another case of rattan ropes that is made, so that they have, this is the opportunities that the government taking part in preserving one spot of land, generously donated by one of our colleagues here. He donated a plot of land so that they can preserve the rattans. So about the hectares of lands, and then they can use it every years. Now he claims that his community has to make 4 ropes. So the 4 rope with that, like he said that if the case happens like this every year, it might not be possible to have enough rattans for making ropes, because the rope is, rattans growing is not that fast as needed now. We made one for using in Korea, and the local community is inspired by the communities themselves. So they request for one, so they made two for their community, so that our Korean team will come and take part in tagging in their communities there. So this is the way that they collecting the rattans, making it. It's very complicated. It takes some time. Sometimes 2 weeks before preparing the ropes. Before the tagging itself. So they have to go into the forest collecting it. Rattans has some thorny stuff. They can. It's not easy to collect if you are not familiar with the traditions or ways of doing it. So this is how they are making it. Communities, members taking part. They are coming here as well. So they are making the ropes. Here is the finished one. You have to wrap. And I think that the rope that we have brought here, it need to be watered so that it's not dry. When it dry, it can be broken easily. So that we need to put some waters on the ropes. That is what the master from the Cambodia request last time. So when it is played, it is very. I think it varies from the communities. It might be not like in Vietnam. Cambodia is playing in New Year's time, and especially in one of the ritual that is performed like shortly after the New Year. Is called Chlong Chait. It means crossing into another cycle of a rice cycle cultivation. So this is very popular and very famous in Cambodia, especially in the rural area where the cultivating communities live. Where are they playing? I saw case of Vietnam just showcased by our former speakers. It play at the temple, the Buddhist monastery, or the local deities. The local deities that is associated with providing prosperity, good health for the communities. So there are cases. Sometimes they play at nearby their home or something like this. This is one of the cases that I just showed you. This is the bridge. It's not like in Philippines, Ifugao, but we are playing on the bridge. I showcase that. It's kind of similar because the water flow, because in Cambodian tradition, rope need to be broken. It's like opening it so that, like the water, the new cycle, New Year cycle, and also the new rice cycle cultivation, like that, also that providing that opportunities as well. So this is there are who are playing the games, everyone regardless of age, young age, old age, mixed. Sometimes they are playing, they engage in this because it is for everyone in the communities. It is for the prosperities. It is for the opening of rice cultivation. It is believed that if you are not performed the rituals at the local deities, you are not allowed ritually, are not allowed to go and cultivate your own field, because there might be it is believed that, like snakes or tigers or something will bite you. So that is the belief. So the performance need to be done. Tagging rituals in game is not a single or outstanding one, but it is in one of the rituals that is performed for the entire community for cultivation and stuff like that. So this is to showcase some of the examples. Even monks, monks are not allowed to entertain, but monks in Cambodia, because they are the members of the communities, they also take part in that. So this is you see that the young monks that they take part in play. So this is, like at the temples. In the former time, it was the temple that is associated with Brahmanic gods, Shiva, Vishnu, or some others. But after the transformations of the new religious practices, it became the local deities. The site become the famous local deities with spirits that can protect the communities. And I think the case was real in the past as well. It's not much of the change, but it's just the continuity with different form. So they are tagging at the temples and at the Buddhist monastery, at the site that is not practiced as the Brahmanical traditions anymore, but it is the site where it's venerated locally with local deities. This is just, like young people enjoy it. Of course, it is a part of entertainment, but at the same time, it's also rituals involved in this. It's deeply involved in like for the rice cultivation. I present this because it is something that need to reflect on what is the history of these kind of games. It's not just simple. The myth itself is associated with the churning of the Milky Oceans. When you go to the temples, I think our Korean counterpart, when visited Cambodia, they will visit the Angkor Archaeological Park. We will see the the sculpture, the bas reliefs that is demonstrating the kind of tugging in that. But this in the past, Cambodians nowadays, when they see the bas reliefs, they say, "Oh, this is a tugging ritual, the tugging games." It's not just that is the churning of the Milky Ocean imported from India. But they see it as in the ways that they associate it, and why the association is very important, and why they are connecting with their long history heritage, because this is very similar in concept in the ways that it's producing. In churning of the Milky Ocean is to produce water of immortalities, and the tagging rituals and game it also, like invoking for the rains. The idea is very similar. That is why they are connected easily in the sense of the Cambodian or the local communities. And one more note I would like to provide it here is that Cambodian tagging rituals and game is Cambodian bas reliefs of the churning of the Milky Ocean, which is the myth from India, very popular in Cambodia than in India itself. Why is that so? We can suggest, that my assumption, it is because of the games itself is very popular among the people. When the idea is coming, it is easily connected and then associated with the society themselves. That's what I think. And then the games, like if someone claims that the tagging rituals is inspired by the myth of the churning of the Milky Oceans of India, it's not possible. Why in Fugao? Why in Vietnam? Why in Cambodia, when the Hindu mythology was not integrated into theirs? And I think this kind of game is very long. It has a long history. I think it might be dated back into the prehistoric time, in time of immemorials. We don't know when. Like why it spreads everywhere. The idea is very the same. So this is the showcase the example of the churning of the Milky Oceans depicted in Cambodian temples. Here is the example, very similar. Why they are, it's still, I see the similarities, you might not, but like you see why they are doing the same tagging, using human bodies as the ropes. And I think that somewhat is connected. It's a link at some point. I'm not going into the myth, that local myth about that, but just to give you one of the important, I came sometime in 2013-14, possibly. I come to Korea in Danjing, and the rope was broken. Then we tugged, and then the rope was broken, and then they say, "Oh, that's not bad. It's bad luck in Korea." But in Cambodia, it's not. We have to cut it, because cutting the rope, like ritually, that master. The masters with the microphone, he with the candle incense, he burns and then he prays and he cut it. He cut the rope, because cutting is like opening what? The new year as the time, and the new year's as the rice cultivation year, because that is so important for them. After cutting, the game is over, the old year is past, and then the new year is coming. That is the significance of the rituals. Monks also take part in this. They really cut it, like cut literally. And the Khmer terms is prakprot, like you cut it, you broke it. So, as I explained it, this is the significance, like New Year, the cycle of time, and also the new rice cultivation cycles. That is the rice. And some of this, it involved in the prosperities and happiness symbolisms. Like that is the games, they have the bet. They touch one another as the sexual symbolism associated with reproductions, like human activities, and at the same time invoking the rains, invoking kind of stuff like that. I think it's in many cultures that is the way. Also the tagging between the males and female, the act itself, you can see it as the ways that, the representation of sexual symbolism, which is inviting the prosperities and happiness for the communities. It's not simple. Like worship of Shiva, Linga and Yoni. Like the male and female phallus, and then this is the representation of prosperity itself. So this is, this is the betting game. Man touching woman, young man, young woman touching one another, or using their buttocks especially to symbolizing, like, it's not obvious, but it is something that you can interpret it in a way. Ritual itself, as I mentioned, it's not performed. Tugging itself is associated with a bigger ritual performance. It's for the local deities. You can see here, they are praying to the local deities that is believed. And when performing it is the agricultures, like they use the hoes, digging holes, to just act like you are cultivating, and they spread the rice, like seedling on the ground, so that symbolizing the growing, the plantations. It is after this they have to go and cultivate their own field. And also, as I said, it is a part of ritual, a bigger ritual performance. It's New Year's time that they use the sand mounds. Sand mounds are symbolizing the reordering the universe, because that is integrated from the Hindu mythology of the universe itself. So Sand Mountain is making during the New Year's time, it's like to recreating the perfect time. In belief, the New Year it's sometime like in 3 days. We are celebrating tomorrow. So tomorrow is the Khmer New Year. So it's starting from tomorrow and for 3 days. And during that 3 days, it is a chaotic time. It's not a happy time. Chaotic because out of order. You don't drink that day. You normally don't drink. You can drink. You don't play card during the, like normal day. You can play during that time. It's like a chaotic time. So that in that 3 days, it is the interval between the time. So they have to make something, reordering something. So reordering the time, reordering the order of the universe by, making some kind of ritual. One of them is making the sand mounds itself. So that is a bigger part of the performance. Current situations, as Madame just mentioned about the case in Vietnam, in Cambodia too. There are many communities that we have been identified. One of our colleagues here, he did his thesis and then went to places and then see more and more and more, identify more, because it is intangible, you cannot see, especially people in the countries, they are not showcased by, filming or documenting, because they don't think that is our life, like why it is important. They don't see important, but us seeing that, that is very important. How can to encourage them? And I think by inviting communities here, they also being inspired, maybe they go back and then, do more for their communities and maybe engage more to others. We also have some even organized, bigger even organized, and then Tug-of-war is a part of the event performed during that festival. For example, during the New Year's, they call Sangkran, they have big ropes made, and the rope itself representing the snake, like imitating some ideas about Hindu mythology. This is one of our community's members in contact with Mr. Go, because they have some, friends on Facebook. They tag being proud of their heritage, and I think they continue to be using the heritage as their pride in the communities and then beyond. What is the safeguarding and promotion efforts? There are now, we have 3 listed in the World Heritage, in the UNESCO list, 3 communities, but now we identified more than 20 of the communities in around the countries. And what are the efforts? The effort normally is the communities themselves that are doing the best to promote, and other stakeholders of course, Ministry of Cultures playing a bigger roles in that. For example, we spend some money to buy that plots of land with the generously discount and something negotiation, and we got that piece. And then preserve for the rattans, as I mentioned earlier. What is the next plan for us? We intend, at national level, we would like to organize, especially in 2015, it is the time of the 10-year celebration. There should be a bigger celebration commemorating the listing of the tugging rituals and game. And I think exhibitions, publication, video productions that can showcase, and workshops and stuff like that. Exchange, and I hope that I hear the voices from our counterparts. There will be some, like workshop, UN exhibition or something like this that can raise awareness among others. And of course, now we learn more and more, especially among the communities members, that we should have something that Madame had proposed, that a museum, a kind of museum like that can showcase, that can raise more awareness about the Cambodian situation. I thank you very much for your attention.
네, 시온 소피아리스 선생님 발표 감사합니다.
Thank you very much
캄보디아의 줄다리기의 의미라든지
for your
어떤
presentation.
상징성을
You
이해할 수
touched
있는
upon the
다양한,
significance and the
네,
value of Cambodia's tug-of-war
설명해 주셔서 좀
ritual
이해하는
and
데도
game. The
좋은
photographs
시간이었던
are
것
really
같습니다.
helpful for us in
더군다나
better
이제 4장의
understanding
공동체로
of
지금
the
확대가
tradition. And
됐다고
also you
하니까
said that there are
앞으로
about
정치나
over
행사,
20 communities now. So if we can engage them in more significant events and workshops and seminars, that will be very helpful. So let's give him another big round of applause.
네, 시간이 조금 지체되었습니다. 네, 네 번째 발표인데요.
Yes, we are a bit behind schedule, but let us now move on to the next presentations. The fourth presentation of the day, we have Renelle Talavera, head of the Cultural Communities and Traditional Arts section at the National Commission for Culture and the Arts of the Philippines. The presentation will be on current status and outlook for the safeguarding of tug-of-war in the Philippines.
Good day, everyone.
Yes, a big round of applause, please.
Good day, everyone. I'm Renee Talavera, the acting chief of the Program Management Division and the head of the culture, the head of the Institutional Programs and Projects section of the National Commission for Culture and the Arts. I'd like to thank ICCAP and Dangjin City for this opportunity to be part of this significant event, which gathers the ICH bearers and practitioners of the UNESCO inscribed tugging rituals and games of Korea, Cambodia, Philippines, and Vietnam. My presentation will focus on the past, current, and envisioned measures, safeguarding measures on Punuk, the tugging ritual and games of the Philippines, which is one of the complex harvest rituals of the Ifugao in Hongduan, who are also participating in this meaningful event. While my colleagues Kodeyong, Dr. Lee, and Sion presented already shared activities at their level involving or including Punuk. In particular, my aim is to show the safeguarding measures at the national and at the local level also, which I would suggest that the National Commission for Culture and the Arts and the Ifugao Tuwali community, especially the local government unit of Hongduan, have played a pivotal role. Necessarily, I will give some examples of the safeguarding activities with the community, contributing in the advancement of cultural heritage agenda. And but first off, I'd like to extend my congratulations to the organizers of this laudable event. I will also conclude with some reflections on the importance of the role of the communities and the work of the NCCA and other governmental institutions, as well as collaboration with ICCAP and other entities collectively working on the sustainability of the ICH. Next, please. The ritual complex called Punuk of the Ifugao in Cordillera, Northern Philippines culminates in a tugging contest among the Tuwali groups at the Hapaw River to determine which group will have a bountiful harvest and to express gratitude to the deities of the communities. So harvest rituals are common among the Ifugao communities, but the performance and practice of the rituals differ according to the specific community where each group dwells. In Hapaw, municipality of Hongduan, this distinct harvest ritual is being practiced by the Tuwali group. Traditionally participated by male members of the communities of Hapaw proper, Nunggulunan, and Baang. These are three barangay of Hongduan until 2011. In 2012, women already joined the contest, women and girls. The enactment of the punok signifies the completion of one agricultural cycle and the beginning of the other. As you can see, these are the countries who are part of the multinational nomination. So the punok is the final activity in the ritual activities after the completion of harvest or huwa. There are two ritual activities, the baki and inom, and punok is the last. So the details, including material elements, the materials used, and the meanings will be presented by our bearers and practitioners themselves who are there in Dangjin City during the demonstrations. So please come and witness the demonstrations by our culture bearers and practitioners. After a series of field surveys and meetings with the communities, the Tuwali community, through the National Commission for Culture and the Arts, wished to nominate the Punok tagging ritual to the UNESCO Representative List of ICH of Humanity together with other 2003 convention state parties. The Republic of South Korea, for the previous slide, Cambodia, and Vietnam. And in 2015, the tagging rituals and games of the said state parties have been inscribed in the UNESCO Representative List. So next. So in view of the inscription of Punok and the continuous safeguarding of this ICH, the NCCA recommended the following points for action. Drafting of an action plan for the safeguarding of punok with the full participation of communities, local government units. They are really the one active in this endeavor, and other organizations involved. And there are also a plan to extend financial assistance or grants to conduct local trainings on other ICH elements involved in punok, because punok has other associated rituals such as the knowledge on traditional farming system, chanting, winemaking, and others. So we have the schools of living traditions in Ifugao, and we are also planning to expand the schools of living traditions for punok to be highlighted and transmitted. And producing more information materials about punok, organizing a local ad hoc committee that will oversee the surveys and community consultations to draft an action plan. So these were the points after inscription. So we will see later what happened. So next slide, please. So this is the post-inscription action plan, creation of educational materials for formal and non-formal education, creation of information materials about punok, local and international culture exchange program, which is now happening, updating the inventory of punok, archiving of photos and videos on punok, establishment of a gallery in Ifugao, training on other related practices, which I have mentioned, that is the capability building, and declaration of punok site as culturally important site, and provision of assistance to preserve the rice terraces, which is also vital in the celebration, in the practice of punok. So for education, promotion, research, and documentation, including capacity building and protection, these are all part of the post-inscription action plan. Next, please. So, in 2017, the Municipal Culture and Arts Council, led by the Municipality of Hongduan, created the Municipal Culture and Arts Council through Executive Order Number 20, Series of 2017. In pursuit of the promotion of Filipino cultures, instilling nationhood and cultural unity, raising the awareness of people on cultural values, conservation, and safeguarding of cultural heritage. This is one of the actions and legacy of the Municipality of Hongduan. The Municipal Council is mandated to prepare annual plans on culture and the arts, formulate policies, and develop programs also to coordinate with other sectors to safeguard cultural heritage, not only Puno, but all the other CH elements, including, of course, Puno. Next. Next, please. As part of the responsibilities of state parties to the 2003 convention, inventories have been regularly updated by the communities themselves through the local government unit and through consultations with the communities and other related stakeholders. So, this is one of the activities of the local government of Hongduan. Next, please. I would like to share with you that in 2019, Korea and the Philippines had a research exchange program on tug-of-war. This was conducted in August 2019 with each CAP initiating a cultural exchange between the practitioners of tugging rituals and games in South Korea and the Philippines together with the NCCA and was supported by the municipality of Hongduan and the Ifugao Cultural Heritage Office before. So next, please. I would like to share that the practitioners of Jildarigi of Dangjin City were able to witness and participate in some of the elements involved in the tagging rituals of the Tuwali Ifugao. This is one of the rituals prior to the tagging games. So this is rice wine being shared with the guests. So next, please. So what I have mentioned, there were 3 barangays participating. So they come from their barangay. And also, as you can see, the guests, the Jildarigi practitioners are also meeting them in the river, at Hapaw River. So next, please. So this is the site of the Punok, the riverbank. Next, please. And this happens when the Punok, when the community allows the guests to participate. They really participate and literally immerse in the activity and immerse in the river. So next, please. So this is also part of the cultural exchange. There's a workshop on tagging rituals and games of Republic of Korea and the Philippines. And also a demonstration of the Korean tug-of-war, which was participated by Ifugao communities and the NCCA. So next slide, please. So this is part of the workshop, and the next slide, where the communities learned and become aware of the tagging ritual of South Korea. So, as you can see, the community enjoyed the exchange. So next, please. Aside from that, a photo exhibition of the tagging rituals and games of the 4 state parties that joined the multinational nomination was also displayed during the workshop. So this is a good initiative of cultural exchange and sharing information. So next, please. The activity was held in a public elementary school in the community. So next, please. So these activities are documented and was featured in one of the national newspaper of the country, the Inquirer. And next. So we are doing this for not just for promotion, but for others to become aware of the multinational nomination, especially the cultural exchange which happened between Philippines and South Korea. So at the local level, we are also engaging the community representatives in the activities at the national level. Every October, we celebrate the National Indigenous Peoples Month, and a national forum is being organized annually wherein the representatives from the community are invited to also share in the activities. So this happened during the national celebration of the Indigenous Peoples Month. Next. Aside from that, the members of the community are also participating in activities like capacity building for the implementation of the 2003 Convention for the Safeguarding of ICH in the Philippines. So this was held for a week wherein the members of the community also share their expertise with other community members of UNESCO inscribed elements. So next, please. Recently, in 2021, even during the pandemic, measures were taken to ensure that the punok will be safeguarded. So one of the steps taken for this was the signing of a memorandum of understanding between the National Commission for Culture and the Arts and the municipality of Hongduan. This understanding emphasizes the roles and responsibilities that each party has in the safeguarding of the punok, including other ICH in Hongduan. So this was signed by Hongduan mayor, who is also present in this cultural exchange. So the forging of memorandum of understanding was also followed by creation of a municipal task force for the safeguarding of the punok tagging ritual of the Ifugao. So following the memorandum of understanding, the municipality issued an executive order creating a municipal task force for the safeguarding of the punok tagging ritual of the Ifugao. Next, please. So, as I have mentioned, the punok was held amidst the COVID-19 pandemic, but although limiting the participation to those within the community, of course, to ensure their safety. However, the celebration will always push through as the community believes that the non-practice of the punok, tagging ritual and games may affect the community negatively. So even with the challenges, the community still continue to practice the punok. And as part of this, we are documenting all of this celebration and other ICH activities. After this, orientation on the 2000 Convention for the Safeguarding of ICH was conducted through the Municipality of Hongduan, which is the lead organization in the community. And this was held engaging community members in discussions on the possible measures to safeguard the practice and the updating of the inventory, which I have mentioned a while ago. In 2003, key stakeholders of the UNESCO inscribed ICH, which we have five, the Hudhud, the Rangen, Buklug, Aklan, Pinya, Handloom Weaving, and the Schools of Living Traditions. All the key stakeholders were engaged in a three-phase workshop to discuss their current and proposed safeguarding measures to ensure the viability of their ICH. So the workshop resulted in an updated safeguarding plan for the punok tagging ritual of the Ifugao. Still engaging the key stakeholders of the UNESCO inscribed Intangible Cultural Heritage, a workshop for periodic reporting was held to ensure that the report for inclusion in the UNESCO Global Report in 2004 would have the widest possible participation of the communities, groups, and individuals concerned. So this was held recently after our training in HCAP. One of the safeguarding measures being done is the integration in the formal education curriculum of the indigenous knowledge, systems, and practices of the Ifugao, wherein the Punok is included in the teaching of Ifugao heritage, particularly in one subject, Cordillera Heritage 101, being taught in the Ifugao State University. And we are also developing with the community as the lead. The community is developing the learning guide for Punok and Hudhud, another UNESCO inscribed element. And the NCCA has been coordinating with the LGU of Ifugao to continue the safeguarding of ICH in Ifugao, including Punok, and we plan to forge an agreement with the LGU for the publication of the learning guide, which is one of the requirement in the schools of living traditions, so that the practice will be documented and will be transmitted to the next generation. This can be distributed to schools and libraries in Ifugao, and the schools of living traditions, when expanded in other areas in the community, this will ensure that the transmission of the indigenous knowledge systems and practices of Punuk and other ICH-related elements will be sustained. So there has been an ongoing coordination among key stakeholders such as the Ayangan, Kalanguya, Tuwali School of Living Traditions in Ifugao to develop some activities related and with emphasis to the Punok tagging rituals. All these safeguarding measures become more significant because the community themselves, the practitioners and bearers are here in Dangjin City. They express that it is vital to sustain the tradition even without, because this is a tagging game and there's a competition and there's a winner. So sometimes they give financial for the prize. They give money for the prize. So they express that it is vital to sustain the tradition even without those cash prizes. And the community will continue the tagging ritual since they believe that this tagging ritual is part of their daily life, and other financial support will not matter for as long as they continue the tradition. So in closing, I hope that my presentation has provided an overview of Punuk's safeguarding strategies in the Philippines, and in a certain sense has demonstrated that our efforts are beginning to gain traction in the practical agenda pursued by the governmental and non-governmental institutions in the country. Lastly, my emphasis on the community's role and in NCCA heritage programs and advocacies is obvious, a function of my positionality, that is to say, my being a member of the organization. And I am sure that our cultural exchange initiated by HCAP and Dangjin City will inspire all of us, especially the Philippines, the Punok delegation. It will really inspire us to safeguard our shared heritage. On this note, thank you very much for your kind attention.
네, 르네 탈라베라 스님 발표 감사합니다.
Yes, thank you very much for your presentation. So after the joint inscription, I can see that there were many activities for preservation that was underway in the Philippines. And she has also mentioned of the communities really going to Ifugao to really take part in the ritual and experience for themselves. And I believe that this also helps us better our understanding on our respective tugging rituals. Once again, thank you very much. And I would like to also extend my gratitude to our member from the Philippines for helping us out with the point filed. Let us move on to the next presentation.
For this, we'd like to turn to the head of the Intangible Folk Cultural Team at the National Research Institute for Cultural Properties in Tokyo. Please welcome Kubota Hiromichi with a big round of applause.
안녕하세요. 本日はこの場にお招きいただ
Hello.
きましたことに心より感謝申し上げます。私からは日本の綱引きについて発表させていただきます。
오늘 이런 장소에 초대해 주셔서 대단히
Thank you
감사합니다.
very much for inviting me to this important symposium. Today, I would like to take the opportunity to tell you about the tug-of-war ritual and game in Japan.
日本には少なくとも数十箇所以上で伝統的な綱引きが行われております。その中に国が保護するものが7箇所、記録すべき対象と定めたものが6箇所あります。
일본에는 수십여 개의 곳에서
In Japan, there are dozens
지금
of
국가에서
tug-of-war
보호하고 있는
elements.
7개.
There are 7 that is being protected and safeguarded by the state, by the government. And there are about 7 that are selective and they are kept in a record form.
押さないとダメか。sorry。わかりました。日本では伝統的な儀式的綱引きが各地で行われておりますが、地域によって実施する時期が異なっております。日本の綱引きを理解するために、まず開催時期を5つに分類し、その特徴を分析してみたいと思います。
In Japan, traditionally, there are ritual tug-of-war games that are being practiced in many different regions, but they are practiced in different times of the year. And to understand Japanese tug-of-war, it's very important to understand what time, what date the tug-of-war is being practiced. As in Japan, there are about 5 different periods of time when the tug-of-war is traditionally practiced.
Number 1です。日本の小正月は道教における上限、韓国ではテボルム、中国の元宵節に相当し、主に稲の豊作を祈る儀礼と儀礼を中心にさまざまな行事が行われます。このような儀式の一環として翌年の豊作を占うということがあり、その占い活動の一環として綱引きが行われてきました。
The first is Japanese Little New Year. So this is typically January 15th on the lunar calendar. I think that in Korea this is known as Daeborum, and in China it's known as the Lantern Festival. It is January 15th on the lunar calendar. Typically, there are many events that are held here, mostly consisting of ceremonies to pray for a bountiful harvest of rice. And typically, the ceremonies would predict the success of the following year's harvest, try to see if the next year would be bountiful, and tug-of-war began as part of such fortune-telling
こ
activities.
ちらは小正月の綱引きの代表例であります狩輪野の大綱引きです。現在は2月に行われます。丹神市の木地市綱引きと狩輪野の大綱引きが縁で、丹神市と狩輪野がある大仙市とは友好交流を行っております。
지금 사진에 보이는 것은
What you see in the picture here right now is a great tug-of-war, a major example of a lunar calendar January 15th tug-of-war, and is done in Kariwano. It's typically practiced in February. It's also this Kariwano great tug-of-war and Tangjin's Gijisi tug-of-war became very close. And that's why I understand that Tangjin is almost like a sister city
同
to
じ大
Daisen
仙市に
City.
は大曲の綱引きも行われております。この綱引きは上町と下町が対戦します。上町が勝てば米の値段が上がり、下町が勝てば豆の値段が上がると言います。農家にとってはどちらも良い結果を生みます。
같은 다이센
Very similar to the 가리와 tug of war is this Daisen Omagari tug of war. Now, for this Omagari tug of war, the teams are divided into upper town and lower town. So the upper town would tug the rope from one side and the lower town from the other side. If it is said that the upper town wins, then rice prices would go up. If the lower town wins, the price of the beans would go up. So this is either way would be great for the farms.
ナンバー2です。単語は古代日本の宮廷が中国から取り入れた年中行事です。韓国でも単語として同じ風習があります。中国では5月が悪い月であるために健康を願う習俗が行われておりましたが、日本でも勝負やよもぎといった薬草を用いた儀礼が行われました。後に男子の節句としての性格を強めるようになります。
두 번째입니다.
The second category is Tango or May 5th. The first, as you remember, is Daeboreum. That was January 15th, and Tango is typically on May 5th. So this is now something that is practiced year-round, and I know that in Korea it is known as Dano. The Korean customs and rituals are very similar. In China, my understanding is that May is an ominous month. So the custom here for China in May is that people pray for health around this time because in May soon the months will become hot, so your health is going to become poor. So in Japan as well, we also use these medicinal herbs such as sweet flag and mugwort. And later, this day, May 5th, became known as Children's Day as well. This Children's Day in Japan is celebrated for something only for boys. That's how it is a custom that is established right now.
田島九谷大綱引きでは、藁とよもぎ、すすきなどの植物を混ぜて作った綱が使われています。大人チームと子どもチームの綱引き大会が行われ、大人チームが勝利すると五穀豊穣になると言われております。
This is a tug of war that is practiced in Hyogo Prefecture. There is a place called Tajima, and the tug of war here is called Tajima Kutani tug of war. For this, they use a rope made of straw and a mix of weeds such as sweet flag, mugwort, and silvergrass. Here, the tug of war contest takes place between a team of adults and a team of children. And when the adults win, it is said that there would be a great harvest.
鳥取県の稲葉の勝負綱引きは子どもたちの綱引き行事です。この行事で使われる綱は各家の屋根に乗せられていた藁、よもぎ、かやなどのをより合わせて作られています。
Then in Tottori Prefecture, there is also something called the Inaba tug of war. The tug of war is also known as the Inaba Sweet Flag tug of war. This is a tug of war that involves children. The rope that is used for this event is made by twisting together straw with sweet flag, mugwort, and satin tail that have been left out on the roof of each house.
ナンバー3です。お盆、盆は、死者や先祖を供養する仏教儀礼が中心ですが、悪霊を鎮め送り出す儀礼が多いことも特徴となっております。
The third period is Obon. For Obon, this is similar to the Chinese imported Uranbonghe custom. Now, it has Buddhist roots, and in Buddhism, there is a ritual that is practiced to ward away evil spirits and also try to pay respect to one's ancestor gods, and that is also known as the custom and ritual called Obon.
盆綱は墓地や家の周りに縄を張り、最後には川に流すものがほとんどです。これは縄が先祖の霊の乗り物であると考えているためです。これらの中でもいくつかの事例では綱引きが行われることがあります。
In Ibaraki Prefecture in Japan, there is something called the bonsuna. The bonsuna tug of war is typically practiced in the Obon day, but it's where the tug of war is not necessarily just the tugging of the rope, but the rope is placed around the different tombs, and the length of rope is spread around different houses as well. And then the rope would be carried to a nearby river, and then it would be let go in the river and released there. And there are beliefs that say the ancestors would use that rope to travel up from the river and come visit the houses. And so this is also a belief that many people would believe for Bonsuma.
習席に相当します。日本では十五夜という呼び方が一般的です。十五夜の綱引きは南日本で顕著に見られます。月は再生の象徴であるため、五穀豊穣や長寿への願いが込められてきました。
And then the fourth period, this would be similar to Chuseok in Korea. This is Jugoya or Shigoya. This is a mid-autumn festival in the lunar calendar. This is almost like Thanksgiving. So on this day, the tug of war in Japan is typically practiced in the southern regions of Japan. Shiboya refers to a full moon, and it also symbolizes reproduction, recreation. So it also prays for a rich harvest and also long life and good health.
南日本の十五夜綱引きでは、稲わらや茅で作った綱が使われます。綱は山で採集した植物で作られていますが、それには山から神を招いて豊作を願うという意味があります。
As I mentioned before, this is a tug of war. The Jugoya is typically held in the southern regions of Japan. They use long, thick ropes out of straw or satin tails. The rope is made of such plants that grow high up in the mountains. So there is the belief that the mountain gods would be honored with this custom.
勝負の後には綱を使って満月の形や相撲の土俵が作られます。相撲には占いの意味もあります。また月は再生のシンボルです。
Once the tug of war is over, the same rope is used to place in a big circle to symbolize the full moon. And if you look at the sumo wrestling in Japan, you see that the sumo ground, the wrestling ground, is also round in shape, and there is a rope that is placed around the outer circumference of the circle. And so this tug-of-war rope is used for that as well. And this tug-of-war rope also has the symbolism of predicting the future. With this round shape of a full moon, it represents being reborn and being produced again and created again.
ナンバー5です。沖縄地方では6月から7月にかけて収穫が行われるため、旧暦の6月から8月に収穫祭があり、その時期に綱引きが行われます。さらに正月やお盆などの時期にも行われています。沖縄地方の収穫祭、豊年祭の綱引きは占いというよりは次の豊作を呼び込むための綱を引くという意味が重視されております。詳しくは午後の茂木先生のプレゼンテーションがあります。
The fifth, last period is a festival that is held in the southernmost part of Japan, known as the Okinawa region. In Okinawa Prefecture, the harvest is typically done from June to August. And when I say June to August or June to July, this is of the lunar calendar. So once the harvest is done in June to July or so, after that, this Honensai Harvest Festival is done. And this is when the tug of war is practiced. Of course, as I mentioned before, in the Taeborum or Obon time periods, the tug of war can also be practiced then. In Okinawa Prefecture, the tug of war is not necessarily about predicting the future, but it's something that is practiced to pray for a rich and bountiful harvest next year. In the afternoon, I know that later today, we will be hearing more from one of my colleagues on the Okinawa tug of war tradition.
ここまで私が説明してきた綱引きの機能について復習してみたいと思います。1番、占いの儀礼、2番、植物の力の象徴、3番、神霊を込める装置、4番、相撲の土俵や月の象徴、5番、幸せを引き寄せる行動。この後さらに2つの要素を足してみます。
I have mentioned the 5 time periods when the tug of war is practiced in Japan. And if I were to briefly summarize what I've just said, there are symbolic meanings for these. The first is that the tug of war is a fortune-telling ritual. Secondly, there is also the symbolism of the power of the plants, the energy that the plants contain. And thirdly, this is a device that contains divine spirits. We're inviting the dead, the rope is burned to say goodbye to the dead or ward away evil spirits. And fourthly, it's a symbol of the full moon, and the tug of war rope can also be used as a sumo wrestling ring. Lastly, these are all actions that can bring happiness to the community at large. These are the 5 symbolic meanings behind tug of war. And if I could add 2 more things.
綱引きではオスメス2本の綱を作り結び合わせることがよくあります。オスとメスを結びつける行為は生殖を象徴し豊作につながるためです。
In tug of war, there is also this belief that there are 2 ropes called the male rope and the female rope. Many cases, the male rope and the female rope will be intertwined together. And this activity shows this level of reproductive activity and also prays for a bountiful harvest.
また綱は、竜と蛇を象徴しています。竜とか蛇は水神の水の神様の性質を持つことから豊作の象徴であり、また蛇が脱皮することから再生の象徴ともされています。また竜の持つ強大な力は悪霊を追い出す役割があると信じられていました。日本には綱引き以外に竜や蛇を象徴する綱を用いたさまざまな民族儀礼が存在します。左の写真は山から採集した植物で作られた竜です。竜の力は災いを追い払い、雨を呼びます。右の写真は神木に縄を巻きつける祭りです。意味はよく分かっていませんが、竜神と関係があると言われています。
Another symbolism of the rope that is used in the tug-of-war tradition is that it symbolizes a dragon or a snake. And a dragon and snakes are considered to be water deities. The fact that they are water gods, they govern the water, and they also, because of that, symbolize good harvest. Particularly for snakes, snakes shed their skin, and that makes them a symbol of restoration and reproduction as well. Dragons are powerful beasts. They are mythical beasts, but they are regarded with having the strength to repel evil spirits. So in Japan, the action of tugging the war, other than the actual tug of war itself, there are many cases where rope is fashioned to try to look like a dragon or a snake. And if you look at the photograph on the left, this is where many plants from the mountains have been harvested to try to create the shape of a dragon. This dragon would be believed to ward off evil spirits and disaster, and is also something that is used to usher in rain and praying for rain. The photograph that you see on the right is where there is a big tree god. It's a tree spirit, and the villagers are wrapping a big, thick rope around the tree. And we don't know exactly the meaning behind this action of tying the rope around the tree, but we believe that there is a strong significance and a relationship with the dragon god.
広島県の神楽では、神をわら綱の蛇に降臨させて神の託戦を聞きます。終了後は木に巻きつけます。
And in Hiroshima Prefecture, as a folk ritual, there is something called kagura. For kagura, it's a festival to please the gods and entertain the gods. And to the gods, these straw ropes are fashioned for the gods, and they believe that the gods would come down to earth on the rope. And once the gods come down the rope to earth, he might possess one of the people here, and the possessed person might also try to give divine prediction. And once that festival is over, the rope is then used to tie around a tree that is believed to contain the spirits.
最後に日本の伝統的な綱引きの現状と象徴的な意味についてまとめます。これまで見てきましたように、日本の綱引きはさまざまな呪術儀礼と娯楽競技の組み合わせとして、発展してきました。その結果、地域や季節によって要素が異なる多様な民族行事となったと言えるでしょう。
In Japan, this traditional tug of war, if we were to briefly touch upon the current status and the symbolic meaning, as what I've done in the presentation, is that the Japanese tug of war is a combination of various magical rituals. And it also has that element of being a recreational or a form of entertainment, a kind of competition. As a result, it has become diverse folk events with elements that vary depending on the region and the season. And it has continued to be transmitted down to many people to this day.
続いております。また、COVID-19 のパンデミックによる混乱も大きな悪影響を及ぼしました。より多くの人にその魅力を知ってもらい伝えていきたいという気持ちが高まることを願っています。今回のようなイベントは大変意義があるものとして考えております。本日のこのシンポジウムに参加できたことに心から感謝申し上げます。
However, in Japan, because of the aging population, it is very difficult to find younger generations who can continue to carry on this legacy. And also with the COVID-19 pandemic, that was also a big challenge for many of the practitioners in the community. However, many people still try to gather, and I do hope that there will be more awareness that is raised so that we can have continued transmission of the tug-of-war tradition across Japan. And I hope that this symposium, such as the one that we're having today, is very meaningful. And I hope that we can have more of this in the future, and I'm very grateful to be a part of this. Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation, Mr. Kubota Hiromichi. You talked about the tug-of-war traditions that are held in different seasons, such as the Teborum, January 15th, and Pano. And we've heard that the tug-of-war is not necessarily just something that is practiced, but it's contextually represented in how it is also related to the folk and mythic religions of that region. And I'd also like to thank Nam Song-ho, who aided in the consecutive interpretation. We've heard from 5 experts on the tug-of-war traditions in different countries. We are 10 minutes behind schedule. I think that the moderator really is responsible for time management, so I would like to apologize for this delay in the schedule. But I should say that the fact that we have experts from 5 different countries and members of the community, local governments, and members of ICHCAP here today, although we might not be able to take a lot of questions, maybe we can take one question from the floor.
보통 센스 있으시면 질문 안 하시더라고요.
Typically, people are being polite and they will shy away from asking a question because it is lunchtime. So we do have the afternoon session as well. So please, I invite you to engage with one another in conversation. For this first session, which is held under the theme of current status and future tasks and safeguarding tug-of-war subsequent to the joint inscription, we had an excellent session. Oh, we've heard about the countries, the governments, communities, and many NGOs who have engaged in many different efforts before the multinational nomination and after, and how they share the values of the elements and what kind of activities they worked on. So I think the presentations are very helpful and significant. But really, when it comes to tug-of-war, we have to see it in person. Tomorrow, there's going to be an Asian tug-of-war festival. I'd like to invite you to please come down to the event and see and witness the tug-of-war in real life. With this, we'd like to conclude the first session of the International Tug-of-war Symposium. Thank you very much for being with us today.
네, 점심 맛있게 드셨나요? 지금부터
I hope you enjoyed your lunch. We'll now begin the second session of the 2024 International Tug-of-War Symposium. For that, I would like to invite Oh Chang-hyun, professor of the National University of Mokpo, to moderate the session. Please welcome the professor with a big round of applause.
예, 안녕하세요.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen.
국립목포대학교에 근무하는 오창현이라고 합니다.
My name is Oh Chang-hyun. I work at the National Mokpo University. I hope you enjoyed your lunch.
어떠셨을까 걱정되더라고요.
I don't know if you enjoyed the chili pepper paste, the gochujang paste here in Korea. It was slightly spicy. I hope you enjoyed the paste. So I will be moderating the second session, and the second session is titled Seeking New Possibilities for Tug-of-War Toward an Inclusive Society. There are 4 presentations, as you can see on the schedule. The first 2 are on 2 tug-of-war elements that have very recently been included in the regional list. And the following 2 presentations are going to be on Chinese and Japanese tug-of-war elements that have not participated in the multinational nomination, but because we are thinking about inclusivity and cultural diversity, which are important values for all of us, I think that these presentations would be a good testament to that. Because we don't have much time, I'll go straight into introducing the presentations. The first presentation will be given by Seo Jung-won, academic director at the Korea Folk Art Institute. This is a tug-of-war element that was last year inscribed in the Gangwon-do provincial list, and Mr. Seo is going to talk about the Yeongwol Kudzu tug-of-war, its characteristics and challenges for systematic transmission. I've always thought about how this tug-of-war element has close ties to our agriculture and farming, and particularly rice farming. So the fact that we have this tug-of-war element using the kudzu tree is quite significant. So with that, I'd like to invite Seo Jung-won to the stage.
네, 소개받은 서종원입니다. PPT 준비가 좀
Yes, as
부족해서
introduced, I am Jong-won Seo,
급하게 좀
and
준비했으니까
I do apologize for not being able to put together a better pair of PowerPoint slide, but I do have a couple of images that I would like to share with you for your benefit. Do I have to progress the slides?
아, 이건가요? 네, 죄송합니다. 초록색인가요?
Yes, so I'll have to press on the green button.
보시면 칙입니다. 칙.
And what you see here, it's the kutsu.
이게 다 칙으로 만든
And all of the ropes you see here is made out of the kutsu vine.
만든 걸 가지고 좀 오는
And
장면입니다.
you can see that they're progressing with the ropes. And for those that cannot speak Korean, please use the receivers. I can't speak English, I'm very sorry, but please use the receivers.
네, 이렇습니다.
Yes, so that was just a quick glimpse of what the kutsu tug-of-war looks like. And let me now begin my presentation. And I'm sure that some of you may not be as familiar with the Yeongor region. So where we are located now, Dangjin City, it's about 3 to 4 hours away where you can reach Gangwon Province. And Gangwon Province is at the eastern and the most northern part of South Korea. And in Gangwon Province, in the lower part of Gangwon Province, or the southern part of Gangwon Province, is close to Chungcheong Province. And you see Yeongor at the southern part of Gangwon Province. And recently there was a 동굴, a cave that was identified and has been registered as a national monument recently. I want to mention that this is a very mountainous area, especially if you think about the roads, when you pave the roads, a lot of the cement comes from this region. So this is the Yeongor region in Korea. And in terms of the ropes, you can maybe use hay, you can use the traditional rope materials. There are a lot of different materials that can be used. However, if you think about the kutsu vine, it's been quite a while since this was used as the raw material. Because if you refer to the Chinese characters of 줄다리기 in Korea, you see the word 천. And also, Korean men really like kutsu sap. And I do want to mention to our overseas participants to try out the kutsu sap before you leave, because it really helps you propel the fatigue that you may have. So at any rate, it's about a tug-of-war using the kutsu vine. But whether this was used in the past or at what point in time this was actually initiated, we don't know for sure. But according to the folklore in the Yeongor region, it seems to have relevance with a king named Danjong. So Danjong was a very tragic king, and Danjong was a Joseon dynasty king who was sent to Cheongwar. Basically, the Han River connects with the East River and the West River. Near towards the Cheongnyeongpo Cape. So Danjong was exiled to Cheongnyeongpo Cape, and it's very difficult to live there. It has hostile conditions, but Danjong was exiled to Cheongnyeongpo Cape back in history. So if you think about the Yeongor region, there are actually many heritage sites that have to do with Danjong, the king, King Danjong. And I want to mention that Yeongor Kutsu tug-of-war also has relevance with the tragic history of King of Danjong. And it was near towards the King Sukjong years where he was reinstated. So in history, what happens is they are reinstated if there have been some unfair incidents with regard to his predecessor. So it's noted that according to oral folklore, a way to reinstate Danjong was this ritual of the Kutsu tug-of-war. And I'm sure that you are aware of the fact that there are many types of tug-of-war in Korea, in addition to Yongsan as well as Gijisi. But then there are also different types of tug-of-war that was implemented in the communities. And I've heard that in Danyang, there were some rituals utilizing kutsu as the material for a tug-of-war. So I think that there probably would be more cases of kutsu tug-of-war. And I also heard that in Pohang there are some records that indicate that kutsu vine was used for tug-of-war. So you can say that
실제로 제가 어렸을
Probably
때
kudzu is
우리
a
어머니
very
아버지가
popular
산에
material
가서
that was used in
나무를
addition
합니다.
to the shack.
땔감을.
So in the
땔감을 할 때
past,
어떤
my
걸로
mother
보냐면
used to
지금 다
go to, and our
영상에서
ancestors,
보시고
our
의원님도 보셨으니까
grandmothers would go
아시겠지만
up into the
칡
mountains.
말린 칡을 가지고
And
끈을
what
묶습니다.
happens is
근데
typically
이
they would use
끈이
dried
얼마나
kudzu and use this
단단한지요.
as a tie.
풀리지가 않을 정도로
And it's a
강하죠.
very
그런
stringent,
맥락에서 보면 이
it's a very
칡이라는
tough type
소재
of tie that is being
아주
used,
아주
that was used in the
오래전부터
past
중요하게 썼던
to
것
put
같습니다.
together these vegetables or leaves. And you can see
다만
that
중요한 건
kudzu was
우리나라
a
줄다리기 가운데
prevalent type of
상당수는
material that was used.
역사 기록이 부족합니다.
But I
이게
do
뭔
want to mention
말이냐면
that we don't have enough records on
언제부터
tug
이
of war in
줄다리기가
Korea. So as
시작됐는지를
to
알
when
수가
this was
없어요.
initiated, we
물론
don't have
약간
much information
설화나
on that.
그런
Of
구전으로
course,
전해오는
there
것들이
could be
있는데
some oral
명확한
history
문헌에
or
우리나라
fables or
줄다리기가
folklore,
언제부터
but
행해졌다.
in terms of any official
찾아보기가
records
솔직히
on when
좀
this
어렵습니다.
was
특히
initiated, it's
지역은.
very difficult
그런 맥락에서
to identify that.
일제강점기 특히 이제 1930년대
When it
중반에
comes
나온
to these community tug
일본의
of war
조선의 향토부락이라는
rituals.
책이 있는데
But there
그 책에
was
보시면
a
영월
book
지역의
during the Japanese
색전이라고
occupation named
삭전이라고
Rule
해서 정월 대고
Pastimes of
14일 날 죽이
Chusan.
당겼다는 기록이 영월에
And
있고요.
that book
영산도
indicates that tug of war
그렇고
did
몇
take
군데가
place
다
around
그렇지만
Yeongwar.
일제강점기 흔히
And
말하는
I know that's the same case for
일제강점기의
other tug of
근대
war,
무렵의
but
줄다리기들은
it's true that during the modern times near Japanese occupation, we do see some cases that were reported in the news, and some identification of tug of war in Yeongwar was also indicated in some of the press in the past. And I did put together a report on the ICH of Gangwon province, and I've interviewed someone that was 90 plus years of age, and it was very difficult to, of course, identify that key point in time when this was introduced. But we know that kudzu as well as rice straw was typically used for tug of war sake. And as we were moving towards the Japanese occupation, it's true that it was severed. And it was 1967, where it was during the Tanjong Cultural Festival. Once again, we do have this very important festival in Korea at the late 1960s in the fourth Tanjong Cultural Festival event. The kudzu, Yeongwar kudzu tug of war was introduced, and in 2023, it was designated as a intangible cultural heritage of Gangwon province. So in terms of the overall process, whether it be Gijisi or Yongsan, I do want to mention that the rope making process and the practice is quite similar. So I cannot go into all of the items, but I want to mention that it starts off with getting and collecting the kudzu. It will be in April when the Tanjong Cultural Festival will take place, and typically a month before, the local residents would go down to the rivers, and they would collect wild kudzu. It's typically 1 year or 2 year old, and it takes about 10 days or so to do that. And then they would dry the kudzu, and the residents would be weaving the kudzu together, and they would have two ropes, the so-called female rope and the male rope, and they would combine and twist it together. And there are some similarities once again. So what they do is they would take the rope, carry it on their shoulders, and there would be a procession, there would be a kusa ritual. So there are some specific processes that you can see in other cases as well. So because I don't have a lot of time, I'll just have to summarize on how this works. And especially what I would like to mention is that with the closing of the event, there would be a discard or disposal of the rope, and typically what would happen is quite similar to other cases of tug of war. But it's true that it really doesn't matter who wins. We don't know who wins. So for the Yeongwar kudzu tug of war, it's not about having a specific group winning for better harvest. So there could be some element of that, but I want to mention that Yeongwar kudzu tug of war doesn't have as strong of an emphasis on the harvest. And it was more so on the ritual in itself. And typically, the rope would be about 100 meters long, so it's quite long. And it's much heavier than the rice straw, because I'm sure you know, but kudzu, once it's dried up, it's like tree, it's like wood, so it gets very heavy.
이 섹션의 핵심은
And the core
이
point
영어
of this
줄다리기를
presentation
비롯한 다양한
would be
줄다리기들이
that there are all of
앞으로
these
어떻게
tug-of-war rituals, tugging
발전시키느냐가
rituals,
저는
and
개인적으로
it,
고민이라고 봅니다.
I think,
그래서
would be
저의
about how
이야기의
we can continue
핵심은
on to promote these
전승연합과
tugging
과제
rituals going
중에
forward.
모두 5가지를 제가
So
제안하는
I
게 핵심으로
want
보시면 되는데
to
이
propose a total
부분은
of 5
제가 두세
recommendations.
번, 세네 번 영어를 뭐 하면서
And
세미나도 가고
there were
모든
many
해외 분들하고 이제 제가
seminars
소통을
and many
하면서
cases where I have
느꼈던
communicated with
거,
the Preservation
그다음에 제가
Society.
학자로서
So my take on these
애정을
meetings, and also
가지고
as a
애정을
researcher and
가지고
scholar, I
바라봤을
do
때
want to mention
하고 싶었던
there are
이야기.
some
특히 이제
elements that I really did want to
현대적으로
portray to the
모든
audience.
우리 지금 한국의 줄다리기 단체들 지금 앉아 계신
And
모든
we
회원분들도
have many
마찬가지지만
tug-of-war
이
preservation
문제가
societies here
뭐냐면
today
어떻게
from
앞으로
Korea,
연세가
and
드시고
from all parts of
있는데
Korea and
전승할
from
거냐가
around the
핵심일
world. But
텐데
I
그
think that
부분을
what's
저의
key here
생각을
is
좀
about
몇 가지
transmission, considering that the bearers and
소개를 하는
practitioners are
걸로 좀
gaining
발표를 좀 마무리하도록
getting of
하겠습니다.
age. So
첫 번째는
I will end with a
다
couple of
잘 아시겠지만
recommendations.
전승
And
인력이
the first
확보하기가
recommendation would be
어렵고요.
that we
방금
do
전에
need
그
to attract further
의령의
participants
줄다리기
to
팀을
transmit.
만나봤더니
I've
제일
spoken with
어리신
the
분이
Uryonghae tug-of-war
59살이랍니다.
team, and I've heard
저보다
that the youngest person
저보다도
there
많습니다. 제가 나이보다
was
생각보다
well
적습니다. 저를
69.
나이를 많이 먹었다고 생각하시는
So
분들이
maybe some
있는데
people may think I'm quite
아직
old, but
어립니다. 예.
I
그런데
want to mention that the youngest person on the team
젊은
was older than
세대들이
myself.
없습니다. 저도 지금 50대인데
Well, I
제가
am
줄을
in my
당기려면 줄을
50s,
제작하는데 허리도
but
아프고요.
for me, if I want to
줄을
twist a
제작하고
rope, it will
나면
really hurt my back. And
열흘
once
정도는 일어나지를
um,
못합니다. 이게
I
무섭더라고요.
do,
어른들이 옛날에
let's say, try
저한테
to do anything, I
야
won't be able to
30대
get
다르고
up
40대
from
다르고
bed.
50대 다르다고 해요.
And all of
실제로 제가
my
50대가
seniors, my
돼보니까요.
elders would say that it's different in your
하루 쉬어야
40s,
될
50s, and
걸
60s. And
5일이 가요.
for
여러분들 나이
me,
젊으신
as
분들
someone in my
몸
50s, if I do
만물어
something, if I do
살리지
hard
않으셨으면
work, it takes me
좋겠습니다.
5 days to
줄다리기도
recover and recoup.
마찬가지입니다.
And I
그
want to
부분은
mention
꼭
the younger generation that
엄청나게
they may come. So
노력과
once again, at the
노력이
Uryong
필요한
tug-of-war
부분이기 때문에
team, I've
이
heard that,
문제를
that
어떻게
the youngest
해결할지를
person
좀
was
고민을 하셨으면
59,
좋겠고요.
and 59 that would be older than
둘째는
myself. So once again, it's about
보존
making
애들이
sure that we do have the
있긴
younger
하지만
generation
행정
to carry
지원
on
여러
with
가지
this
문제로
heritage.
어려움이 많습니다.
And the second point I
영어는
want to like to mention is
2023년
that there's a bit
줄다리기도
difficulty in terms of the
무형문화재로
administration
강원도
and support.
무형유산으로 지정이 됐지만
Yeongwar Kutsu Tug-of-War was designated as
2008년,
Gangwon
2018년인가
Province's
코로나
ICH, but
무렵에
it was
보존회가
2018 or
결성이 돼 있습니다.
19
20분
when the
정도 됩니다.
Preservation Society was put together
이분들도
with 20
마찬가지입니다.
members. It was near
엄청난
so towards COVID,
어려움을 갖고
but
있는데
they of course
개인적으로
have
생각했을
to
때는
have
이
gone through many
보존회가
challenges.
가지고 있는 문제들이 뭐냐면
But some of the
열정은
issues with the Preservation
많으신데
Society is that they
실행할
do
수
have the will
있는
and passion,
어떤
but
발이나 손들이
it's true
부족하다
that they don't
보니까
have the hands
이
and feet that
부분을
can
좀
help
어떻게 앞으로
get things done and
해결하셨으면
implemented.
하는 게
So
제
I think that
생각이고요.
that's also
그다음에
something that would be
영어는 지금도
necessary.
방금 제가 통화를 했습니다.
And Yeongwar, I've actually had this phone
국장님들이
call just recently with the
어찌됐든
directors and the
강원도가
director
지정이 됐기
generals.
때문에 지금
But
전승단체
once again, because it's
보존회하고
designated
교류를
as
해야
Gangwon's
됩니다.
ICH, they have to
그런
engage in
부분이 좀
exchange
필요해서 제가
and
전화드렸더니
more
오후에
sharing of
오신다고
knowledge is
그러니까
necessary. And I've heard that
이분들과
they will be joining us
보존회
in the
온 회원분들이
afternoon.
따뜻하게 좀
So I
이분들을
would like to ask our preservation
이끌어줄 수
societies
있는
here
분위기를
today to
하고
really
특히 신수 지사님 너무 막
wholeheartedly
예,
welcome the
따뜻하게 좀 커피도
Yeongwar
한잔
team.
사주셔서
If you can
이
maybe
친구
buy
이분들이 좀
them
자립을 좀
a
하는데
cup of
도움을
coffee to really
주셨으면
help them stand
좋겠고요.
on their own 2
네
feet. That would be great to
번째는
really help out the
가장
Yeongwar Kutsu Tug-of-War
중요한
Preservation
부분입니다. 이건
Society. And
비단
the fourth is probably one of
줄다리기만에
the most
해당되는 건
significant
아니고요.
challenges. And this is not
제가
just for
몸을 담고 일을 하고
the
있는
tugging
무형유산
ritual,
전반에
but
대한
I want
고민이
to
바로
emphasize that it's
저변학입니다.
for all ICH, which is
어떤
about
분은
broaden the
심지어
base of
요즘은
participants.
지원이 중요한 게 아니고요.
These days, so they do say
좀
that it's not
더
about
젊은
support.
친구들한테
They
우리
say that
단체나
it's
우리
more so
무형유산이
about having more of the
다가갈 수
younger
있는 고민을 해야
generation
된다고 봅니다.
really
이게
understand
언론적일 수도
the role
있지만
and really having them participate.
이
It's about outreach
패러다임,
to the
이
younger generation and
부분을
the flip side.
해결하지 않으면
So if
10년
we don't
안에
change this
무형유산
paradigm,
중에
in
상당수가
10 years, I
아마
think
전승이 제대로
a
될 수
majority of the
있을까라는
ICH, the
고민들이
intangible cultural heritage, may
고민입니다.
not be
저도
transmitted to the next
고향이
generation.
저도 고향에
I
무형문화재가 있습니다만 그
also have
무형문화재도 요즘
in my
연세 드신 분들이
hometown
대부분이 요양원에
important
가셔서
intangible cultural heritage.
전승이
However,
어려움이
the
많기
bearers
때문에
are typically at
어찌됐든 보다 젊은 분들하고
daycare,
소통할 수
long-term
있는
care
저변학대가
facilities.
매우 매우
So it's
중요하다고
very
봅니다.
difficult for them to communicate with the
마지막으로
younger generation. But this is
영어
something that is most
줄다리기를
necessary to broaden the
현대적으로 이
base of
부분과 같이
participants.
어떻게 활용할 거에 대한 고민.
And the fifth recommendation would be on really reassessing Youngwar Tug-of-war with the contemporary perspective. So in that sense, I think that of course we need these festivals and symposiums But not just through these events. I think that we need some regular events, whether it be monthly or so, whether it be Uryong or Namhae or whichever place it may be, to really have these many opportunities for people to enjoy and experience tug-of-war and the tugging ritual as much as possible, rather than having, let's say, annual events like festivals. So to find a way to put this into maybe a tourist product, something that can help raise its accessibility, I think would be something that's critical. And I want to say this is not something that can be done alone. It's about CHA, the Heritage Administration, the local governments, and the central government really looking into this. And this is not only pertaining to tugging rituals, it's about for all ICH. And once again, it's true that there's a lot of concentration on one-time events or just annual events. But I want to say that those are some very rare opportunities where you can experience this. But I think that rather than maybe if it has to do with downscaling the events, to make it more regular, to have more people enjoy this, and to really find a way to cater to the needs of those that really want to experience this is something that we would have to provide to future participants. Thank you very much.
발표 감사합니다. 네.
Yes, thank you very much for the presentation. Yes, so that was a brief presentation on the Yeongwol Kutsu tug-of-war, and also as a scholar and researcher, you can see that he has been very much into the sustainability of the intangible cultural heritage, and also on what should be done in Korea was the gist of his presentation. Thank you. Let us now move on to the second presentation.
For this, we would like to hear more about the value and transmission challenges for 강줄다리기 of Gyeopyeongno Okcheongun. What you just heard was inscribed in 2023, but this particular one was inscribed in 2024 on the national list, and it's also the first of its kind in Chungcheong region here, the Chungcheong province in Korea. So it surprised me because I didn't know that there was no tug-of-war tradition that was inscribed in the Chungcheong province. I heard that there is going to be a lot of talk about symbolism, particularly about the tug-of-war representing the snake. I think that this also has close ties to the presentation we heard before from Japan. So now we'd like to listen to the presentation. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kim Eun-jung. I have been working at Okcheon Gyeopyeongni for the past 4 years. In our region, at Okcheon Gyeopyeongni, I have to say that my birthday is on Jeongwol Daeborum in the lunar calendar of January 15th. I have been working here for the past 4 years, and that is where our village elder has practiced this tug-of-war tradition. The Gangjul Danggigi, or this tug-of-war in Okcheon Gyeopyeongni, was not well known. Very recently, the value and significance were discovered by many researchers. And that's why on January 15th of 2024, it was inscribed as on the national list. And right now, I have to say there's a little bit of confusion in the local government and in the community. So today, I would like to take this opportunity to tell you a little bit more about how this Okcheon Gyeopyeongni tug-of-war has been transmitted over the years. So Gyeopyeongni is the name of the village, and it has a shape that is very traditional, with the mountains in the back and water that flows in the front in terms of feng shui. And this village is the key industry here is rice farming and agriculture. About 100 households in this region are engaged in rice farming, so they're self-sufficient when it comes to getting their resources. Gyeopyeongni in Korean, it talks about a school. So this area is very well known for the fact that there is a bridge and there is also a school here. These are very important spaces for this particular region, and they have symbolism. So I'd like to ask you to remember this, the fact that there is this bridge and there are these schools. This is where the villages and the different houses are gathered around this traditional school. Now, this school was established in the early part of the Joseon dynasty. One important part is that for the tug-of-war tradition to make the rope, you need a high place, a place that is of high altitude. So what the elders use is that gate that you see here, that red gate that you see in the photograph. The tug-of-war rope would be strung from that gate so that the rope can be made. But now the gate is no longer used, and instead a steel structure is used to hang the rope from. This Cheongsan school was very important. The Cheongsan Bridge was very important for this particular village. It was the main area, the intersection of the traffic, and this is where you have to cross to get to Poon or Yeongdong or Sangju or etc. And the 5-day market and a big cattle market would also be held here around this area. So this is where a lot of people and a lot of material and resources would travel freely. For Cheongsan village, so Gyeopyeongri and Cheongsan here are represented on this map. The Cheongsan Bridge is particularly important because here, during the Japanese colonial era, the people petitioned the government to try to build a bridge, and this bridge was laid. The bridge was laid because the community residents needed the bridge to cross over so that they can farm their rice and then bring it back to sell in the village. For Gyeopyeongri, in the lunar full moon, in the new year, there is a lot of village festivals that are practiced, and there is this Sanshin, the mountain god festival, as well as the earth god festival, as well as the tug-of-war. In Okcheon, we call it, instead of 줄다리기, it's also called 줄들이기. It's a different way of calling the same tug-of-war element. And here, a single rope is used, about a diameter of 20 to 25 centimeters and a length of only about 50 centimeters. In this region, because as I mentioned before, there's a lot of farming activity that is done here, the straw is sourced locally. The straw is prepared by the villagers themselves. However, even for Gyeopyeongri, there is the issue that the city and the villages are continuing to shrink. There is a decrease in the population. So the village and the community members are trying to think of ways to try to use minimal resources but create stronger ropes. So they try to reinforce this rope. And in the past, from the 60s and all the way to the 70s, they would create about 6 strands to tie them together, but now only 4 strands are used to tie the rope. Here you would see in 2024, these elders are creating the rope. As I mentioned before, the traditional gate was used, but now they use a steel structure to hang the rope from. Here, the rope is still closely tied to a dragon. So the village elders would often say that what you see on the top is a dragon head. It vaguely shapes like a dragon now, but in the past, the rope would also actually be modeled to really resemble a dragon head. But now, because there aren't many people who can practice this and create the dragon head, they do this and do a vague representation. Now, the village elders refer to this rope as gangjul. You can see that the rope is tied, the fibers are tied together so that the rope can be lengthened. This is where the different fibers and they are intertwined together. Maybe about 4 people in one team working as teams, and there are people who participate Next to them, 2 to each side, so a total of 8 people working on the rope at one time. This is where the rope is about to be finished. You can see the rope is getting slimmer down the road, and that represents the tail of the dragon. So because the rope would have to get smaller and smaller and thinner towards the end, they would use less and less straw. Because they began with the dragon's head, they would end at the dragon's tail. And at the top, in the end, the tail would rise up because it is thinner and it could be intertwined to the top. You see that red gate that I mentioned before? It's painted red because the village elders believed that the color red would ward off evil spirits. And you would see that if you look at the gate, there are those pointed sticks that stick out at the top. That's also there to protect the village from evil spirits. When the rope is slung across the red gates, they believe that having this kind of tradition would allow them to keep the rope clean and ward off evil spirits. That's in 2024. If you look at the map of our space again, there is the Cheongsan market. This used to be a very big market. In fact, even in the Okcheon region, it's seen as a quite big unit. The Gangju Tug-of-war is held near Cheongsan Hangyo. Once the rope is made, they cross to the bridge, go to the other side of the river, and then have the festival, and then finish the rite. As I mentioned before, the village has mountains in the back and water flowing in the front. And because of that kind of shape, the Okcheon, because of this feng shui shape, there is a belief that having the rope and tying it and carrying it further away towards the river would bring good luck to the villagers. The Okcheon element is not just about tugging of the rope. There is also a village rite that is practiced together. And here, they refer to it as a village memorial rite by the community members. So before they can tug the rope, what they do is they gather at Hyeongju and have a small memorial service where they bow 3 times and pray for prosperity and good harvest for the next year. And after this, they actually do the tugging of the rope. In Korea, Koreans like the number 3. And in Gyeopyeongni, there are 3 tries of tugging of the rope. Typically, there's the upper village. The upper village represents the east and the head of the dragon, and the lower village represents the tail of the dragon. So the upper village has to win for a good harvest to be had. So really, for Gyeopyeongni, the winner is always going to be the upper village because everyone wants a good harvest. But despite that, even if the conclusions are already drawn, they come together to make the rope and create them together and participate in the lunar January 15th. And most of the village elders come together, and then they would cross over the bridge. When they carry the rope and cross over the bridge, the belief is that their legs will become stronger and will not hurt. And the bridge will also remain strong. And sometimes they would stop halfway across the bridge and also provide another memorial rite. At the end, coming to the end of the rite, they would also pay their respects before burning the rope, as you can see here. Even if the rope is not fully burned, they leave the rope as is so that it can organically return back to dust. In Gyeopyeongni, right now, they are facing a bit of a transition. Right now, the community is trying to think of the best way forward about transmission and preservation and safeguarding. Gangju Tug-of-war is now, because it's inscribed into a national list, the village elders find it a little bit of a confusing situation. they are a little bit unsure why outsiders have to come in and intervene in what was really a local tradition. So there is a bit of a conflict situation right now between the community and the local government. But I do think that over time, with a lot of conversation and dialogue, we can discover the way forward. Because it has been inscribed into the national list, there was a preservation association that had to be created. So the youth association in the village was included as parts of the preservation association. But the village elders thought that it was a little bit unfair. They think that they were forced to create this association, not of their own free will, but because they were essentially told to do so. So there is that bit of a situation. And for Gyeopyeongli, I can say that the researchers discovered this element because for the Cheongsanmyeon Earth God festival, they are always practicing the Earth God festival, and this is something that has already been fully restored. But the village elders, because their average age is in the 70s or so, if we consider the future human resources, we have to really be inclusive of all of them as well for the greater good of Gyeopyeong. With that, I would like to conclude my presentation.
네, 두 번째 발표를 해주신
Thank you for that presentation. That was Kim Eun-jung, Chief Researcher at the Chungbuk Research Institute. I think that with the earlier presentation and this second presentation, we're able to hear about the history and the different oral folk tales and the traditions in the tug-of-war elements, that there are these local specificities found in the tug-of-war. Because we are out of time, I'm going to go straight into the third presentation.
And the third presentation will be by a speaker from afar. We have Lee Kwan-kui, professor at China Sports Museum, and the topic of the presentation is current status and salient issues for tug-of-war in contemporary China.
아, 我是来自中国体育博物馆的崔乐全，今天给大家汇报的题目是当代中国拔河游戏。
안녕하세요. 저는 중국체육박물관에서 온 최락첸이라고 합니다.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Lee Kwan-chi, professor at China Sports Museum, and my presentation will be on the current status of tug-of-war in contemporary China.
第一个呢是当代中国汉民族的拔河游戏。
중국 현대주 다리기는 크게 두 가지 유형을 나눕니다.
Yes, so with regard to contemporary tug-of-war in China, there are actually two types.
主要分为两大类型。
두 가지 소개해 드리겠습니다.
And let me introduce you to these two types of tug-of-war.
通行的这种竞技方式，大体规则是呢，就在比赛场地画3道平行线。 中间隔1米，拔河绳呢放在中线上。
하나는 대중 경기에 사용되는 일반적인 경기 방식.
Yes, one is the conventional contest format adopted for public contests, whereby the rule dictate 3 parallel lines drawn at 1 meter intervals on the contest arena with the tugging rope placed on the center line.
1.5米为决胜区合界。
중앙선 중앙에는 좌우로 일정.
In the middle of the center line, straight lines are drawn on either side of the center line at a 1.5 meter distance, with the resulting narrow strip used as the contested zone.
双方的人数相等。
줄다리기 줄의 중앙을 붉은 띠로 묶고.
The middle of the tugging rope is marked with a red band tied around it, and Once the match begins, the two teams of equal numbers both dedicate their utmost physical effort to pull the rope, with the team that pulls their opponents over the contested zone winning the match. And yes, that was just a picture of tug of war in contemporary China. Another type of tug of war is those that embody regional characteristics. For example, the tug of war of Linton County, Gannan Tibetan Autonomous Prefecture, Gansu Province, is a unique tug of war practice that was inscribed on the National List of Intangible Cultural Heritage of China in 2021. The rope used for this type of tug of war is 1,808 meters in length, around 10.05 tons in weight, and 6 centimeters in diameter. And the core rope is connected to the head rope, the second rope, the third rope, and the tail rope. And the number of participants at times exceeds 80,000, with the mass of participants swarming to the rope at the start of the match to pull the rope in their respective directions with all their might. And if you refer to this scene, it resembles a giant dragon made of rope, waving around as the sea of people surrounding it swells and subsides like actual ocean waves in a spectacular display. And these two images are that of 10,000 people on tug of war of Linton County. And of course, there are other well-practiced tug of war in China that I would like to share with you. Upon analyzing popular forms of tug of war among 16 ethnic minority groups in China, it is possible to derive 5 major categories. The very first type is a one-on-one tug of war. And this format entails 2 players lying or sitting on the ground with a center line drawn between them, bound together by a rope around 2 to 3 meters in length, tied around their neck and shoulder or waist. And you can refer to the picture on the left and right.
좌측 사진 보면 요곡조 줄다리기
But if you particularly look at the picture here on the left, this is a very interesting type of tug of war.
좌우를 쪽 줄다리기 경로
And you see the one on the right, which is by the
那这个
bow.
呢是我们藏族的大象拔河。
티베트 쪽 코끼리 줄다리기입니다.
And this is the elephant tug of war by the
这是第一
Tibetans.
类。那第二类呢，它形式基本上与我们刚才讲的汉族中的拔河游戏相类。
두 번째는 기본적으로 중국의 한민족에게 인기 있는 줄다리기.
So there are some interesting tug of wars type of categories by the minority groups, but so I did show you a couple of examples, and let me now move on to the type of tug of war that is popular among Han Chinese, which can also be found among Hui, Hui Chinese, Memba, and the Chino groups.
藤条拔河。
기록 쪽 줄다리기
And you see the Chino group's tug of
那
war
我们第
and the
三类
Jungle
呢
group's
是
tug of
以
war.
棍带绳，又叫拉棍、蹬棍或者是拉地弓。
세 번째는 밧줄 대신 맞대기를 사용한 줄다리기로
And there are also cases where you would not use rope, but actually stick.
它是有两个人
So that's quite
之间
interesting
进
as
行的
well.
独立的较力性的拔河游戏。
두 사람 사이에 독특한
You can see that there is an interesting competition that takes place between these two individuals,
만죽조 줄다리기
especially the Manchu groups and the two and Salar groups, which is where contestants tug on a stick.
막대기입니다.
And you can see that these are some interesting tug of war that involves the sticks. And you also see what's done by the Salar groups from this picture.
也叫拔棍，主要流行于东乡族中，名字叫压太强了。
네 번째 밧줄 대신
And then the
맞대기를
fourth type I would like to
사용하는
mention is a tug of war using a stick, which is mainly popular amongst the Tongxiang people,
장라입니다.
and it's referred to as agang
或者是坐在地上，
or
对拔一
Nyayang
个横向的
Chiangla.
木棍，分为单人的，或者单人双手，或者多人的男女混合等等。
양쪽에 서거나 앉은 상태에서
And it's practiced by both sides either standing or sitting, while both holding a stick horizontally, which is then pulled by a hand or both hands. And several people may participate in the contest, with a mix of both men and women possible.
压太强了。
동향 쪽 줄다리기
And
장라
yes, the Dongxiang people's Nyayang Chiangla is what you see here in the pictures.
两个人或者两队进行比赛的形式，主要在景颇族或者白族、藏族之间。
다섯 번째는 사람을
And the fifth type is a form of tug of war in which people are pulled instead, generally consisting of two people or two teams. And this form is mainly found amongst the Chengpo, Pai, and Tibetan
这
groups.
是景颇族的服饰跟景颇族的拔河叫拉拉。
이 사진은 징포조의
And the picture that you see here
라라이라고 합니다.
is the Lala tug of war of the
还
Jingpo people.
有藏族的拔河叫人拉人拔河，那人拉人之间拔河。
티베트 쪽 줄다리기
And this picture indicates the tug of war of people pulling each other
当代
in
中国呢
teams
有56
done
个民族，
implemented
其中少
and
数民
practiced
族
especially by the
15 个
Tibetan groups.
현대 중국에는 55개 소수민족을 포함한
Today in China, there are 56 ethnic groups, including 55 ethnic minority groups.
丰富多彩，形式多样。
한 민족 외에도 소수민족의 줄다리기 게임을
Ethnic minority groups, other than the Han Chinese, practice a robust and diverse array of tug of war games, with each practice differing in terms of rules and techniques.
竞争型的运动项目。
종목마다 규칙과 기술은 다르지만
So once again, the rules and techniques may be different, but it generally consists a contest of strength. While there are also popular alternative formats in which sticks and even people are pulled instead of rope.
最终以力量与运动技巧相结合来决定胜负的一种拔河游戏。
모든 형식은 결국
However, regardless of the format, the essence of these contests is a tug of war that ultimately determines victory through a combination of raw strength and technique.
中的拔河游戏啊，既有美感的表达，更有力量的象征，是能量的象征。
현대 중국의 다른 민족들 사이에서 인기
And amongst many groups, you can see that there are many tug of war categories, but tug of war is not only an expression of beauty, but strength and vitality.
是一种人们努力追求、永不言败的这种奋斗精神。
영원히 패배하지 않는
This reflection of an everlasting spirit of perseverance is closely linked to the deep values pursued by the people throughout their lives.
我的翻译张女士。
여기까지 강연을 마치겠습니다.
And that ends my presentation. Thank you very much.
네, 세 번째 발표까지 끝났습니다.
Yes, thank you very much. That was the third presentation, and it was quite interesting. Originally, when I just read the paper, I wasn't really able to envision what this was all about, but thank you very much for the pictures and photos, and I found that it was quite interesting and quite unique. In lieu of time, let us now move on to the fourth presentation.
For this, we would like to hear from Mogi Hitoshi, researcher at the National Theatre Okinawa. We are going to be hearing more about Ishigaki. It's an island I'm sure some people here know. It's closer to Taiwan, not as close to Japan. But in Ishigaki, there are 4 villages that practice the Puri festival. So we would like to hear about this tradition. It seems that Mogi Hitoshi is in the bathroom, so that gives me a little bit more time to talk. Oh, I have to say that the Chinese presentation was very interesting because when we hear about, oh, okay, so Mogi is back. Yes, again, back to the 4 villages in Ishigaki village. I think that Hitoshi Mogi is going to tell us a little bit more about Pu'uri, the harvest Thanksgiving.
Hello, everyone. I'm Hitoshi Mogi. I work as a researcher at the National Theatre Okinawa. I will introduce you about the Puri Festival in Shikamura, Ishigaki Island. Puri means harvest. In the words, a Puri Festival is a harvest festival. This is a map of Ishigaki. Ishigaki Island is a red character Ishigaki Island and very close to Taiwan. Ishigaki Island's map. A red circle, this is Shikamura, where hold Puri Harvest Festival. Shikamura is located on the south side of Ishigaki Island. This is Shikamura map. Shikamura means 4 villages: Arakawa, Ishigaki, Okawa, and Tonoshiro. Each of the 4 villages has a festival site called On. Maitsuba On Arakawa, Ishigaki Miyatori On, Okawa Ushagi On, Tonoshiro Amakawa On. In preparation for the festival, villagers make ropes for tug-of-war. The rope is made from rice straw. The Puri festival is held for The Puri festival is held for 2 days. Day 1, On Puri. On means festival place. Each of the 4 villages holds a festival at its own festival site. In front of On, this is On, the sanctuary where the gods rests are called On in Ishigaki Island, and most of them are spaced among many trees, very many trees that On. Ritual. There are priests who are called kantsukasa in each On. Kantsukasa is priest. First, kantsukasa thanks the gods for the bountiful harvest this year and make an offering. Then they pray for bountiful harvest next year and for fortune of the village. They try to repeat the fortune telling over and over again until they get it right. Mishaku Pasi, divine sake and songs. Mishaku is sake which an offering to gods. The villagers drink some sake that was made from the new rice. It means that the gods and humans become one. Mishaku Pasi is a song which sung while slow shaking sake container filled with mishagu. By singing the song and drinking mishagu, villagers thank God for a rich harvest. It's important rituals. Next, entertainment. After the ritual is over, the villagers perform for the gods. Maki odori. Many people dance in a circle or swirl. This is bo. Bo means a stick. Martial arts that fights with rokshaku bow, wood stick. Other weapons are short sticks, swords, spears, naginata swords, sickles, and paddles. It is believed that by hitting weapons, evil spirits can be exorcised. This is shishi, lion dance. The lion is considered a sacred animal that exorcises evil spirits. Exorcism, goodbye evil. And shishi's face. 失礼。これ、shishi's face. 旗頭. This is a sacred symbol consisting of hata and kashira. Hata is long and thin flag with words related to agriculture and is attached to long bamboo. Kashira is a decoration by each village's symbol. It was put on the top. Villagers hold it and shake it up and down. Shake it up and down. Day 2, Murapuri. Day 2 of the festival is a village-wide festival held together by the 4 villagers. This is Maitsuba On. Many entertainment performances are held at Maitsuba On in Arakawa. The ceremony of giving seeds of 5 grains. The 5 grains are rice, wheat, foxtail millet, blossom millet, and sweet potato. The god appears from the east. A villager who dressed Kantsukasa priests appears from the west. They meet in front of Maitsuba on, then the 5 grains are given to Kantsukasa by the god. God gave 5 grains to Kantsukasa. This is Ahya Zuna. Ahya means ladies. Zuna means rope. Burupito, who has a bolt or joined 2 ropes, goes to the Maitsuba on and is given bolt by Kantsukasa. Kantsukasa give bolt to Burupito. Use this bolt to connect the ropes at the ends of the 2 ropes. The Burupito dance to the ropes. Excitement reaches its climax when the woman connects the ropes at the end of the 2 ropes, the female rope and the male rope, and inserts the bolt. It is ritual performed by women, in which the 2 ropes are symbolically joined by the woman without an actual tug-of-war. They don't fight. Hatagashira. The sun sets and everyone waits for night. Tsunanumin. Loop at the end of the rope is tsunanumin. Tsunanumin is performed by purify the sacred loops at the end of the female and male ropes, and to exorcise evil spirits. When the loops of the 2 ropes are brought together, samurai warriors riding on a board approaches from the east and west. The one of the left is samurai from the west, and the one of the other side is samurai from the east. Other side. When the loops of the 2 ropes are brought together, samurai warriors riding on a board approaches from the east and west, then join. The hitting of weapons was done to clean the ropes of the rope, but not settle the battle. People dance, which is called gari. They dance. Finally, the tug-of-war is starting. The tug-of-war will be held with the audience involved. When the fight is over, people cut off part of the rope and take it home. A folklore researcher from Korea also received a rope. では、ビデオをご覧ください。ちょっとビデオをお願いします。これが、ミシャグパーシーですね。カンツカサ&ビレッジャーズ。Slowly shaking sake container filled with mishag by singing the song and drinking mishag. 出ない。ああ、残念。ああ。This is アヒャーズナ。これも止まりそうだ。She is Burpit. Kantsukasa gave bolt to this lady, and this lady dancing and insert this stick to 2 ropes loop. This is Gari, sa. Now, stick insert and Gari. And this is west side warriors and east side. He looks like Kabuki. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Mogi Hitoshi for the fourth presentation. We just heard from 4 different regions, and they have some ritualistic elements and some religious elements. I think that that ritualistic element is quite strong in Japan, whereas it's a little bit weaker in Korea. And we were not able to hear as much in China, so it was also that ritualistic element was also not as strong in China, maybe. We do have a little bit of time, about some 15 minutes or so for Q&A. So perhaps we can take about 3 questions from the floor. So if there are any questions, please raise your hand. And please let us know who you would like to direct your question to before you ask your question.
예. 잠시만요. 네. 뒤에 저기 예. 왜 줄다리기를 밤에 하냐고요? 예.
Okay, the question was, why is the tug-of-war being held at night? I think that was a question to maybe Mr. Mogi Hitoshi.
ごめんなさい、私は分かりません。日本のたくさんの綱引きで、多くは結構昼間にやってるんですけども、いくつか夜にやっています。なぜ夜にやるのか。昼間にいくつか祈祷の儀礼をやって、夜になってから綱引きになるっていうことがあります。でも多分沖縄の場合は暑いからというのもあると思うんですけど、そのあたりは茂木先生から、回答いただくといいかと思います。昼間すごく暑いので夜にやるというのはあるんじゃないかと思うんですが。
So in Japan, the tug-of-war element is being practiced in so many different regions all over. In fact, most of them are being held in the daytime. However, in Okinawa in particular, the tug-of-war is being held when the sun sets. So before the sun sets, there's a lot of different rituals and performances that are held. And when it gets to dusk, in the twilight, then it is being held. Because this is held as parts of the Puri, the harvest festival for the lunar full moon, it is closely related to the lunar moon, the full moon. So I think that because Okinawa is also very hot, and in August it's quite hot, that's when the tug-of-war ritual is held. So perhaps maybe that's when it gets a little bit cooler since it's in the evening. So that's why the villagers would participate in the tug-of-war there. Mogi is not here right now, but according to him, I heard that in Okinawa, the tug-of-war is very closely tied to the lunar full moon. And so that is perhaps why the tug-of-war is being held at night.
まず夜に綱引きをやるということについてですけれども、沖縄に限らず日本の祭りは夜やるものが多いんです。で、夜はやっぱり向こう側の世界の人たちの時間で、世というかな、異世界の時間が夜来るので、夜にお祭りをやる。それはその夜に向こうから綱引きの場合は特に引き寄せるっていう意味合いがあるので、向こうから幸せを分けてもらうっていう意味でも、神様の時間に合わせて、行う。特に15日にやるっていうのも、例えば1月1日が、我々の生きている人たちのお正月だとすると、小正月の15日が向こうの愚僧という、向こうの世界の人のお正月っていう考えがあるので、15日に、お祭りをする。小正月1月はですね。
So, first of all, my comment to the first question that was asked before. In Japan, the festivals, most of them are held in the nighttime. Why in the nighttime? Because there is this belief that there is the world of the night and the world of the day. It is believed that the daytime is the world for humans and the nighttime is a world for the people who live in the other side, the undead, or maybe the supernatural realm. So when you're tugging the rope, you want the other world to come to you, bringing the blessings of the supernatural world to you. So that is also a symbol why the tug of war is being performed at night.
I have two questions actually. One for Japan and the other one for the Vietnamese. For the Japan, can you explain a little bit more about the roles of the woman with the sticks? And when she put the sticks into the two ropes, what is he saying? Is there any significance, or what is the role? Can you interpret the roles of the woman, like symbolically? And the other question is to you. You mentioned about one of the tagging communities. They play every 2 years. Why every 2 years? Why not annually? Something like that.
In each community, they have the route for play. Some community every 5 years, some community every year, some community every 2 years. It depends. So, but in the present, we can have some flexible way up to community, up to the fund they can get from communities, from government. So, yeah, it's flexible. 2 years. Yeah. Maybe maybe Mr. Khai can explain his case and you can understand more. Anh Khải có thể giải thích là tại sao mình thực hành 2 năm một lần hoặc 3 năm một lần.
Mr. Khai, why do you practice every 2 years or 3 years?
Xin phép các quý khán giả. Có thể nói rằng là cây song.
We can say that
ở trên địa bàn của nước Việt
Nam, the rattan in Vietnam,
mọi người đều có thể cuộc chơi.
In Vietnam, everybody can join in the tug of war.
Lại tổ chức.
Why do we pull the rattan? It can be every 2 years or 3 years. But the festivity is annual, but it depends on the specific condition of the locality to decide. It is not the same for everyone. Yeah, that is why the community is based. Each community has its own characteristics, and researchers like Madame Lê Thị Minh Lý here, PhD Lê Thị Minh Lý here, yes, she said correctly. It depends on the community to organize events. So we always respect the community. We connect communities with each other as a way to pay for prosperity. And it is an aspiration, a design, like your communities of our Korean friends, Filipino friends, Cambodian friends, and so on.
모기 선생님 답해 주시면 될 것 같습니다.
And also, perhaps we can turn to Mogi Hitoshi. So you asked about why women are the ones who hold up that rod.
祭りのあり方っていうのはやはり男性だけでお祭りをやるっていうのが日本では多かったんですけれども、離島では早くから女性たちもお祭りに一緒に参加して、何か行うっていうことがあって、今はもうほとんど女性も男性も一緒になってお祭りをします。で、アヒアズナがいつから始まったかはわからないんですけれども、そういう離島の一歩進んだ男女同権的な考えから始まったんだろうと思うけれども、いずれにしてもその男の綱と女性の綱を一つにつなげるっていうことを実際に子供を産む女性たちがそれをシンボリックに演じるっていう ところは、素晴らしい、儀礼として、お祭りの中にうまく組み込まれていて、今はもう堂々と伝統的なものとしてやってますけど、いつからやってるのかわからないんですが、そういうあの人たちの考えがあってやっていることで、形の女性のシンボリックなヒャーズナっていうものがどこの綱引きにもあるかっていうと、多分どこにもないんだと思います。鹿村石垣のとってもユニークで素晴らしいものだと思っています。
So typically, when we have festivals in Japan, most of the festivals are practiced by the men. So most of the practitioners were male. But recently, we have seen a little more female participation, and some females are found in some of these rituals. But in the case of Okinawa, here, the women play a very important role. They play the role of a priestess. So in fact, there traditionally have been priestesses in Okinawa villages, and these priestesses are known to protect the village. And these women, in fact, the belief in Okinawa was that women are sacred, that women have direct ties to the gods. One of the women would be picked to represent all the women in the village who would lead the ceremonies. And that is a tradition in Okinawa. So again, in the greater Japan area, this is very rare. Almost no women participate in these folk customs, but in Okinawa, there is great importance placed on the women. So with this, we conclude the Q&A session. It is also time for us to close this session. And I gave you a little bit of time, and at first there were no questions, but now everyone seems very eager to ask questions. But we have networking time later on, so please, I invite you to ask questions of one another. With this, we conclude session 2, and I do think that we are going to move into the next session, the special session soon, so we'll take a short break and have the special session. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now move on to our last portion of today's symposium, the special session. This third session, the special session, is going to be involving the members of the community and experts to hear their thoughts. And for that, we'd like to turn to Kim Hyung-gun, who will be moderating the session, who is at Jeonbuk University. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Today we are here to discuss the role of tug-of-war in an inclusive society. And we had presentations and discussions. And now we have the last part of today's symposium. It's called a special session. So instead of just having discussions, we would like to hear the thoughts of the bearers and the practitioners of these elements. Because we want to talk about the tug-of-war's contributions to an inclusive society built together. The nomination process has changed for UNESCO. In 2015, the nomination of tug-of-war was done. It's now 10 years has passed, so you know that big trends change. The first thing is that SDG is playing a more important role. How is this element contributing to SDGs? How is it contributing to social development at large? The second part is that the communities and practitioners' voices must be heard. Typically, in writing the nomination file, experts would draft the files and the paperwork and then submit that. But rather than that, UNESCO now really wants to include the voices of the practitioners in the field. In the first and second sessions, we heard from experts or members of organizations. But now, in the last session, we want to hear the voices of the practitioners themselves and members of the communities. We want to hear from the bearers and holders of these elements. So now, We have 4 people to my right and 3 people to my left. Here we are in Tangjin. We have a bearer of the Gijisi tug-of-war element, Gu Jadong, with us today. Next, from Milyang, he's representing the Gamme-ge tug-of-war, Mr. Lee Yong-man. Thank you. And he is also a bearer of other traditions as well. He's quite skilled. And then we have with us 삼척 기 줄다리기, the 기 tug-of-war. So Mr. Choi Jong-yong is with us today. And next, representing Yongsan tug-of-war, we have Lee Chil-bong, who is the head of the Preservation Association. He is also a member of the City Assembly, so he's a politician and also somebody who works tirelessly for the tradition. Next, from our overseas representatives, we have 4 countries who work together with us, and we have from Cambodia. Hello.
이분들은 캄보디아의 칸달 프로빈스에서 오셨어요. 칸달 프로빈스가 푸놈펜에서
Oh, he is from Kandal province. It's from about 50 kilometers from Phnom Penh. It's from the Kandal region. Next, we have from the Philippines, a member of the Ifugao community. And Ifugao, as you know, is also famous for the terraced rice fields. In Korea, we have our terraced rice fields, but that's nothing compared to the Ifugao terraced rice fields, as I understand. So we have with us a tug-of-war representative member of the community.
Thank you. Yep.
លោកគ្រូគ្រាន់តែណែនាំខ្លួនខ្លីៗបានហើយលោកគ្រូ
យ៉ាងខ្លាំងតំណាងឲ្យសហគមន៍មានខ្ញុំនៅឃុំកំពង់កុងស្រុកឧត្តមខេត្តកណ្ដាលមានការសប្បាយរីករាយហើយនឹងសូមជូនពរដល់បងប្អូនកូរ៉េទាំងអស់ឲ្យបានសេចក្តីសុខសេចក្តីចម្រើនក្នុងឆ្នាំថ្មីនេះ
우선 저희 건다주 공동체 대표하여
So I'm here to represent the Kondal community. I'm very pleased to have this opportunity to visit Korea and visit Tangjin. And I would also like to wish happiness and health to all of the Korean citizens.
I think it might lost in translation. Can I explain to him? ពូកុំគេឲ្យគ្រាន់តែណែនាំខ្លួនទេប៉ុណ្្នឹងសិនហើយចាំតិចទៀតចាំគេប្រាប់ឲ្យនិយាយហ្នឹងហើយចាំខ្ញុំប្រែពាក់កណ្ដាលជូនអញ្ចឹង
네, 감사합니다. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much.
예, 다음으로는 우리 베트남에서 두 군데 왔습니다.
We have 2 members from Vietnam, from the Huong Can region. Who's from Huong Can? Huong Can?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Tôi xin tự giới thiệu.
Hello.
Tôi là Trương Đức Tâm.
I am Trương Đức Tâm.
Cộng đồng kéo co Hương
I come from Hương Cang community in Bình Xuyên, Vĩnh Phúc, Vietnam. And it is my honor because today I can attend the symposium for the tug-of-war organized by the Korean organizer. So first of all, I would like to wish all of you, the organizers and participants, all of you, I hope that you will have very good health and warm greetings from me. Thank you.
네, 대단히 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. Huong Can, I understand it's in the northern region, so it's far away from Hanoi. No, we have from Hanoi, Long Bin.
I'm Ngô Quang Khải, representative from the Tug-of-war community of
Hello.
Long Biên in Hanoi, the capital of Vietnam. So I would like to extend our warm greetings to the representatives from South Korea, Cambodia, the Philippines, and all of you. And I would like to thank you very much for the opportunity to come here to exchange with you. With this, we can strengthen the solidarity, and we can we can have a different kinds of ropes, and the ropes can help us to get closer with each other. And we hope that our community will be closer to each other, and will also extend to larger scope. And I do hope that people can come to happiness with this tradition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, I think that we should also hear a few words from the Korean participants as well. Yes, it is a pleasure to meet you. Gijisi Tug-of-war has been nominated and inscribed as a globally renowned ICH element. Now that we have this international symposium with 4 countries is such an honor. I know that we were here since yesterday, and the tug-of-war event will last until the 13th. I hope that you can all enjoy the tug-of-war element and have an enjoyable time while you're here. And I do hope that you can take the time to enjoy our Gijisi tug-of-war to the fullest. Hello, it is a pleasure to meet you. I'm here representing Kamne Ki Juldarigi. My name is Lee Yong-man. I'm a bearer and holder of this tradition. We see many people from other countries. Now, our tug-of-war is a big occasion, probably the biggest occasion of the year. And the Kamne tug-of-war is very special because for other tug-of-war, you face one another. The teams face one another when they tug the rope. But here at our region, we face our backs to one another. We turn our backs to one another, so we are in the shape of a crab. In fact, this is the only tug-of-war because typically you face one another, you face the other team, but us, we turn our backs to the other team. So this is something that's very unique and really makes us famous nationally. Yes, my first question was to ask the participants, what is the biggest charm of your tug-of-war? But he already answered the first question. I think you understood, but in typically tug-of-war, you have to face the other team. But in their tug-of-war, they have to place the loop of rope around their neck and almost work and scramble like crabs. Hello, I'm representing Samcheok from the Gangwon Self-Governing Province, Samcheok region. This is a very small city. And when I came here, I was really surprised looking at the Gijisi tug-of-war. So I feel that Samcheok would also have to do much more. In fact, the mayor of Samcheok has said that they're going to build a bigger commemorative hall, bigger than the Gijisi hall itself. So thank you for that. Yes, Lee Chil-bong. Hello, it is a pleasure to meet you all. I am the head of the Yeongsan Preservation Association. My name is Lee Chil-bong. The Yeongsan tug-of-war is a nationally recognized ICH element. We are here, gathered with many different countries and listening to your thoughts and your opinions. I feel that ultimately what people want, what communities want, are really the same. that we all hope for fortune and health and happiness of the community residents. Now, we are all here for the multinational nomination, and this all began with the ropes that we tug and pull. And with that, I would like to say hello. Yes, thank you. The first question that I want to ask our foreign participants is what their thoughts are about the city of Tangjin. What is your impression of Tangjin? And can you tell us a little bit about the specific unique characters of your tug-of-war?
네, 통역 시간을 여러분은 지켜보고 계십니다.
Loco.
예, 마이크 좀. 예, 예.
I would like to inform our Tug-of-war have hand down from our ancestor. Nowadays, our community have prepared the Tug-of-war robe to the Korean also, and I am very pleased. The big that the Korean side prepare such a great and event, and I'm very thankful and grateful for all the organizers and for those who are responsible in preparing this symposium.
Yes, so I can see that he has expressed his gratitude. Thank you very much. And we would also like to hear about the greatest attractiveness of the tugging ritual in Cambodia. Could you maybe contribute? Anyone from the Cambodian audience?
In English, right?
Yeah, that's right.
I think one of the key takeaways is that the tug-of-war is kind of a reunion between the two teams, the male and females, and for the prosperities of the communities itself. And beyond that, it is the games that is played so that it is opening the right cultivation season.
Yes, so it's about harvest, and it's about men and women, the two teams coming together. So you can see that there are also some unique characteristics and also some commonalities. And I was able to understand that in the presentation by Sophie, it was quite interesting of where women have also been showing some prowess in tugging rituals against the men. Yes, so the Philippines from Ifugao. So could you give us some impressions on Tangjin City? And also some key characteristics of the tugging ritual of Ifugao.
Thank you. Before that, I would just also like to share to you my impression on this country, Korea. It's our first time to attend the symposium face-to-face. I was able to attend the symposium online last 2021. And so I'm very much happy, and we are very much grateful that Korea invited us here and to actually participate and witness their Juldarigi Festival. And upon coming here, we are very also thankful that we are very much catered and we are very much accommodated. We have our guide with us who shows us all along the way. And then she teaches us everything that we have to know about Korea, about staying in this place. And the people here are so smiling, and they are very accommodating also. So thank you for that. For the tug-of-war, we have our Punuk Festival. Just like this Juldarigi, it's also a post-harvest festival that we do in our community to thank our deities for a bountiful harvest. And it's also one way for us to wash away all our hard works and all our bad spirits for the next planting season or agricultural cycle, so that we will be having another bountiful harvest. So in our tug of war, of course, 3 community members will be taunting each other, and they will be fighting in the river using a wood. Unlike here, of course, that's the difference. You use here a rope, but us, we use wood. A wood type, that's what we use to pull the kinaag or our materials that you will be seeing tomorrow. And then, of course, with our belief that if we win the tug of war, it's our community who will have the most bountiful harvest than the rest. So that's why all the community members of each, the 3 communities fighting together, have to do their best, because that's for their that's for their plenty harvest for the next agricultural cycle. So that's the essence of our tug of war. Other questions I can also answer later.
Yes, thank you very much. I do know that in the Philippines, it's especially in the water, which is quite interesting. So is that ready for tomorrow? Well, unfortunately, I don't think that we can see that tomorrow. But I think that someday in Ifgao, we will be able to really see in person what happens in the rivers. And I do recall that in the presentations, I've been seeing some researchers from Korea that actually was involved in the Ifgao. We had Mr. Ko Dae-young and Mr. Park Won-mo, and we had these heavy-set individuals there. I'm not sure whether it was a fair battle or so, but I can see that it was quite unique. But I know that you have to walk quite long distances up the mountains to reach that village. So I believe that that would have been a big walk. So yes, from Long Binh, Vietnam, first, your impression on Thanh Dien City, and also on the tugging rituals of Long Binh. Some key characteristics. Would you like to share that with us, please?
Vâng. Với cái co của Long Biên của chúng tôi thì
Yeah, Long Biên, Tug-of-war. Yeah, we have some other characteristics that are different from other communities. However, there are some similarities as well. We have teams, and we have a pillar like to connect between the ground and the sky, and then the 2 teams, they are playing, and it is not some kind of competition. It is some kind of play to show our ambition, our spirit, and we would like to have the harmonization, and we would like to have the prosperity. So the game is to connect the people, to enhance the solidarity, and with that, then the game can bring people together. They are getting closer with each other, and this is inherited from one generation to other generation. And so we always conserve that tradition, and then we try the best to transfer that to the future generation. So yeah, we are very happy that we had the international festival for seated tug-of-war in Long Biên, and we had the honor to receive the visitors from South Korea, and also the ambassador of Korea also came with us. And so we hope that the tug-of-war associations will organize more occasion so that we can have more opportunities to exchange, and we can make our community more connected. Thank you very much.
예, 말씀하신 거는 앉아서 한다는 게 가장
Yes, thank you. And I think that the seated tug of war is quite interesting. And in Korea, we have the Han River, and in Vietnam, there's the Hong River in Hanoi. The river is actually quite red. It's reddish water. And if you go to the water mouth of the Hong River, it's the Long area where it's quite interesting here. And what happens is at the opening of the temple day, there's a very religious aspect of it because tug of war would take place in that very first day. So that was my take on what happens in Vietnam. And moving on to Hong Kong of Vietnam. Yes, once again, the same question. So what's your impression of Korea or Tangjin City? And also the Hong Kong tug of war, the key characteristics, please.
Vâng, tôi xin chia sẻ một
Yeah, I
số
would like
cái
to share
kéo co ở
some characteristics of Hương Canh tug of
kéo
war.
co của Hương Canh ấy thì đã có truyền thuyết từ rất là lâu năm rồi.
We had the history for long time, for many generations. And every year, the Tug-of-war festival is in spring, maybe on the 3rd and the 4th and the 5th of the January lunar year. And during that time, all the people have a holiday and they go to the festival to watch the festival. And the festival is not only in Hương Canh but also in other places. And each place it has different ways, different rituals. And from the symposium today, I feel that not only Hương Canh but also other countries like South Korea, the Philippines, Japan, Cambodia. You have this game and you have characteristics. So they are very interesting, and you also have like the meanings associated with the game. And I feel that this game has the meaning from the rope, and the rope can connect people with people, and it makes people closer together, more unified, and that will bring greater success. Thank you.
네, 필리핀에서 말씀하신 분은 당진
Yes, thank you very much. So yes, from the Philippines, they've talked about the kindness of Tangjin City. And I think that our speaker from Vietnam has also mentioned about the value of this event, that he found it inspiring to listen to the presentations and also understand the cultural diversity amongst the different tugging rituals from these four countries. Thank you very much for that summary. And based on Retin Lee's presentation, you can see that where the tugging ritual takes place, it's really beautiful location. It's an oval shape. But what was interesting was that they actually try to bore a hole so that they won't slip in the process. And of course, for that, would that be a foul for Korea if we try to bore a hole? So that was quite interesting. So then, I think that there will be some characteristics for our individual beholders from Korea. Yes, first, Gijisi tug of war. Yes, I will remain seated if and I ask for your understanding. Yes, so Gijisi, so it's about agricultural. It's and also it has to do with commercial as well as fisheries. It's a complex type of ritual. So I want to mention that it takes about 30 to 35 years to put together the rope for this very complex rope. So we twist the ropes, and there's a specific day where we would put together the female ropes and the male ropes to create a big, strong strand. And when we are there to twist these big strands, we would have volunteers, we would have residents that would come together, and it would be a festivity. We'll be drinking makgeolli, singing songs, chanting, and there would be traditional music. And It would be 100 meters each for the female and male rope, making it a total of 200 meters, and it would be 40 tons, and the diameter would be 1 meter plus. So we use a specific framework, what we call 줄ter, which helps us twist the strands. And even if it's more of the longer strands, we still can twist, and it makes it very strong. Of course, with one single strand, it would not be enough. But if we have tens of thousands come together, and if it's twisted all together, it has formidable strength. So that's why we call this a ritual of unity. And there is a phase. First, once we twist the rope, we would go to the temple, where there are the gods, the deities too. And we would wish for a good harvest. So there would be a ritual, a prayer ritual, and then afterwards, what happens is from nationwide, we would have everyone gather together, and about 200 villagers would come together with all of their equipment, and then it would create such a beautiful scene. And then after engaging in these prayer rituals, we would now transport the rope, and the 200-meter rope. The rope actually symbolizes a dragon. So in the past, it took an animal to become a dragon for 3 years, and for the dragon to go and to soar up the skies, you would need 3 days. So 3 years, excuse me, and that's part of our folklore legend, and we wanted to find a way to symbolize that as well. So for a giant snake to become this dragon, it takes time, and what we do is we just use our human manpower more than for 1 kilometer to go based on the chant of Uyotcha and move step by step, and it takes 2 to 3 hours. And it's about 1 kilometer where it takes us 3 hours.
So this scene that I've just described is where you can stop and enjoy some rice wine, and people engage in song and dance as they participate in the tug of war. And this whole resplendent scene is similar to the process of having the dragon rise up to the skies. So the rope, it takes about 3 hours to bring the rope to the square where the tug of war is going to be held. There would be some people who are waiting. The male rope is typically brought in first, and the female rope is brought in after that. And then the 2 ropes are intertwined together. They're connected. And the connection of the 2 ropes is very symbolic in that the male and female would come together and be combined so that they could usher in a good, plentiful harvest next year. And then, now that the ropes have become one, this means that the dragon also has become one. And then once the ropes are laid out and spread out, anyone who participated in the tug of war would want to come and try to grab onto the rope, and once they grab onto the rope, they know that there would be good harvest the next year, and they would also have great health and happiness. So people rush in to try to grab onto the rope, and that is what we see. It doesn't matter whether you're male or female, or you're old or young, whether you're foreigner or citizen, or an old man or a young child. Anyone can come in and participate in the Gijisi tug-of-war, and I think that is one key characteristic. I asked you to provide us with one key characteristic, but that was a long lecture. I did allow him to go on because Gijisi 줄다리기 is the host of today. So wait, I actually have more. I wanted to go on, but I'm going to give up the floor. Yes, thank you very much. I did mention this before. My name is Lee Young-man of Kamne Tug-of-war. The Kamne 계절당기 Tug-of-war is very special because originated from a small village called Kamne. Now, there used to be a lot of freshwater crabs in that region. Now, the freshwater crabs, the upper village and the lower village would compete with one another to try to capture as much freshwater crabs as possible, and this led to a lot of conflict and strife. Typically, we would have this event in the Teborum, the lunar calendar. So the village elders thought, okay, we will create a rope in the shape of a crab, and we can all come together in harmony and unity so that we can all work together to catch the freshwater crabs. So the rope was shaped in the shape of a crab, and the villagers would play and engage in the tug of war. I don't know if you've seen freshwater crabs, but their claws, their legs are shaped like this. So 5 to each side. So I'm trying to show you what a crab looks like. Now, so this is what the crab would look like with 5 claws, 5 legs, and then they typically don't go forward, but they go side to side. We're going to have a performance tomorrow, and you will be able to see for yourselves what it looks like in person. It looks really majestic because typically for the other tug of war, you face the other person and you tug, but because we are in the shape of a crab, we do it side to side. So you said we don't have a lot of time, so I'm going to yield the floor. So for samcheok, now that I'm here in Tangjin, I'm getting a little bit envious, and maybe within a few years, samcheok would be able to host a symposium like this, because I have to say I was really surprised. I'm going to go back to samcheok and say that Tangjin is doing an amazing job, and we have to do this as well. Samcheok has a tug of war that we practice in the Jeongwol Daeborum season. And the seaside village and the farming village all had their traditions, I think, about 400 years ago during the latter Joseon dynasty era. So when the farming village wins, the farm harvest would do well. If the seaside village wins, there will be a bountiful catch from the ocean. So that's how they participated in the tug of war. Thank you. And if I could add a little bit, typically when they tug the rope, typically when they make the ropes, it's made in the analog fashion, but samcheok and Tangjin, they use technology. This technology is used to create the rope. If you go up to this area in Tangjin, they use this framework that makes rope, that twists the rope. This is what fishermen would use. So the fishermen and the rural farmers would come together and they would meet in the Tangjin markets and have participation for the tug of war. So as our colleague has mentioned, these regions, the seaside and the farming regions, they all come together, technology comes together. Samcheok is also particular because they have a particular traits where they sing folk songs as they also create these old jugs of rice wine. So that's also great as well. Yes, whether we pull or tug the rope, we embrace the rope and bring it towards us so that we can win. And I think that kind of spirit is alive in all of us. Yeongsan tug of war has a history that goes back 940 years. In fact, BC. So that's when the Yeongsan tug of war began, and I'm not going to speak about those areas that are similar to the others, but in Yeongsan, we do have 2 ropes, the female rope and the male rope, and I know that other tug of war elements have that as well, but one of the special characteristics is that we have female rope and male rope, and another thing is that there are some ritualistic games that we play together with the tug of war. And these games are also going to be showcased to you tomorrow as a real-life performance. And one of these that I want to tell you today is that the Yeongsan rope spirit has passion, joy, and collaboration. These are the key values of the Yongsan rope: passion, entertainment, and collaboration, and we are committed to spreading these values around the world. Yes, in fact, the Cho Sung-guk restored the Yongsan tug-of-war element, and he has also come up with a theory. And he said that the rope has to have the three values, the three spirits of passion, entertainment, and collaboration. These were the values that we need, because without those values, it's useless to tug the war, and that is what he mentioned. Well, so we've waited a long time.
Yes, so for Korea, with industrialization and urbanization, we don't have that many people living in the rural side. And it's true that there isn't enough respect towards traditional, heritage or intangible cultural heritage. And it's true that we're threatened in terms of the transmission of such heritage. But in Vietnam, Cambodia, and the Philippines, we would like to understand, are there any challenges to the transmission, is the question that I have for our international participants. And also, with the inscription to the UNESCO list. So before the inscription, after the inscription, what are the changes? What are the differences? So to summarize, any challenges in transmitting the heritage? And the second is anything that changed before and after the inscription.
អំពីនើយចាហ្នឹងហើយគាត់សួរថានៅក្នុងសមាគមទាញព្រាត់ហ្នឹងលោកគ្រូហ្នឹងហើយលោកគ្រូចំពោះការបន្តពីគេដំណើរទាញព្រាត់ហ្នឹងតើមានលក្ខណៈដូចថាផលវិបាកអីខ្លះសម្រាប់លោកគ្រូគាត់ជាបឋមសូមគោរពបងប្អូនកូរ៉េនិងបងប្អូនទាំងអស់នៅក្នុងទីនេះ
ខ្ញុំសូមជម្រាបជូនទៅសាធារណជនទាំងអស់ដែលចូលរួម in here. It's very hard to collect the rotan from one rotan to the next. The tugging-war has a deep meaning in our community. One is to help each other and enhance the solidarity. Two, it's to have fun together. The second importance, when during the Khmer New Year, when the younger generations get drunk and when they get drunk, they travel, they commute around, they may have an accident. So, but if they stay together, the tugging-war games, which is the medium to bring those people together in one place. And we welcome everyone near or far and to join us playing the game.
Yes, you can see that we also have the younger generation in Cambodia, but in the future, in 20, 30 years' time, although you have the younger generation together, I'm sure that you may also have some challenges with the aging society. So maybe we can have Sophie to give us some more information on that afterwards, on what their prospects are. And now moving on to Ifkao of the Philippines.
Okay, thank you. First and foremost, our punok is related to our agricultural cycle, which is, of course, the tending of our rice terraces. So since it's a post-harvest festival, one of the key challenges in the transmission of this punok indigenous knowledge is, of course, the farmers. Since the farmers are already old and the young generations are not actually into farming, then that's the start where the transmission is being challenged. Since the agricultural cycle, it has a lot of different parts, and the last part is, of course, the harvest season. So if the young generation does not know anything about this agricultural cycle, then how can they continue with the punok activity? And the next part is that We also have our mumbaki, what we call our shaman, or our elder who starts the prayer for the punuk. They are also at their old age now, and their number is slowly diminishing. So that's also one of the key challenges on how we are going to continue with our ritual. And then another challenge is, of course, the non-continuance of the lead family. Our punuk is part of the hoa, which is actually a ritual held at the Dumupag's family. The Dumupag is the lead family in our place who belongs to the Kadangyan and who signals the start of the planting season and start of the harvest season. So they are the family who starts the hoa ritual, the first part of the punuk. So if they do not continue or they will not teach their children about this responsibility of their own, then who will do it next in the future? So, and of course, the last challenge that we have or that we might have is the non-participation of the community. Since punuk is, of course, the coming together of the community, working together, and of course, helping each other for a bountiful harvest, the next agricultural cycle. So if they will not continue, then the ritual is, of course, of nonsense. It's no longer of help to the community. So those are the challenges that actually that challenge our transmission of the indigenous knowledge. But hopefully we will be overcoming this one. For the status of our punuk before the inscription to the UNESCO World Heritage Site, of course, it's not yet known to the world. It's only the 3 communities who practice it, who know about it. So it's not even invited to guests from outside the municipality, and even within the municipality, the other barangays within the municipality. But after the inscription, of course, people became aware of its existence, and the world is aware of its existence. And we are very much happy for that because of the awareness of the local people on the importance of this intangible cultural heritage. They are more of protecting it. They are more of working together to protect it, and they even work with the local government unit to protect it. Furthermore, the Punuk Festival being listed in the UNESCO World Heritage Site paved way for tourism industry in the municipality. Since we are very much happy because our municipality is inscribed in the UNESCO for our tangible and intangible cultural heritage. Of course, the first is our rice terraces, and the second, of course, is this punuk tagging ritual. So this culture that we have is one of the product that we market in the tourism industry, and being it listed in the UNESCO World Heritage Sites, making it known to the world is also a way for us to invite more tourists or guests in our municipality to attend and participate. And of course, the inscription of the Punuk tagging ritual in the UNESCO is also a way for the people in the communities to open their mind that we can invite our Punuk, and it's not only inclusive within the society, but also with inviting our guests to participate is one way of sharing knowledge about our culture. So that's it, sir.
네, 상당히 좋은 말들을 많이 해주셨습니다.
Yes, thank you very much. You've mentioned some very key points, and also the fact that there's a change in the preference towards agriculture, which of course would impact Punuk, and also in terms of the transmitters, we have the shamanism and we have the families that would conduct specific rituals, and the fact that they may no longer exist would be a threat. And also, she's mentioned that in terms of before and after inscription, it's about raise visibility. In the past, it was something that was shared just just amongst the communities, but it's now known to the outer world, the world, and that would of course help the holders to get pride. We would have local governments supporting, and there are some good impact, and also the link to tourism. So you can see that raised visibility probably would be the greatest effect and impact it had. So now moving on to Longbing, could you maybe give us some information on the challenges to transmission and also before and after inscription? What changed?
Đối với cộng đồng kéo co của Long Biên chúng tôi nói riêng và cộng đồng
For
kéo co
Long Biên,
của Việt Nam nói chung,
Tug-of-war community and
trong thời kỳ
Vietnam
đô thị
Tug-of-war
hóa chuyển đổi
community during
thì
the
có tìm
transition
cái
and during the
chúng tôi cần
urbanization,
tổ chức và gắn kết
we
lại
need
để giữ
to
gìn và trao truyền cái di sản
we
của
need to
Long Biên
organize that
đúng
so
trách
that
nhiệm.
we can
Tuy
transfer
nhiên có những cái
to
mà chúng tôi cho
the
rằng hiện nay thì
generation in the future.
cây sông của chúng
And
tôi rất khó kiếm và
yeah,
như
and
các vị đã
we
biết,
also have a
một cây
challenge
sông thì
that it
một
is
năm chỉ ra
very
được có 4
difficult
đốt thôi. Thế thì để có một cây
to
sông kéo
have
được như thế
the
thì ít nhất cũng phải
ratans
từ 30
because
đến 50 năm
in order to
mới có một
have
cây sông
a
được kéo.
rattan that is usable,
Thế nhưng
it
nếu chúng ta
takes
không
like
biết giữ gìn cây
many
sông thì rất
years
khó.
to have
Cho nên chính vì
the
vậy mà ngay ngày hôm
rattan that
qua
is
khi
mature
tôi giao lưu
enough.
với lại
And
thôn Trung
yesterday
Đô, tức là cũng được cộng
we
đồng kéo cũng là
talked
khu vinh
with
danh,
Sungdo,
thì
and
các
then
lãnh đạo của cả hai
the
đơn vị
leaders
đã thống nhất với nhau là sẽ liên
we
kết để
agreed
trồng
that
rừng,
we
trồng cây
work
sông
together
để
so
nuôi
that
dưỡng, và
we
đó là
can
cái mà chúng tôi
like
thấy niềm tin là chúng tôi
grow
làm được.
the
Cái thứ hai
rattans
là trong thời kỳ
so
đô
that
thị
we
hóa
can
chuyển đổi cơ chế
maintain
này thì
the
đất rất
heritage.
bị thu hẹp lại.
And
Cho
you
nên chính
know,
vì vậy
due
mà
to the
cái để mà có cái
urbanization,
không
so
gian
the land
cho kéo co
is
để mà thực hiện
narrowed.
nghi lễ
So in
thì
order
cũng sẽ
to
gặp nhiều cái khó
have
khăn.
the
Bởi
space
vì nếu
for
như
tug
chúng
of
ta
war
không quảng
for
bá,
the
không
resource,
truyền
it
tải
is
cho mọi
difficult
người thì mọi người không
because
hiểu được.
if
Chính vì vậy
we
mà chúng tôi
don't
phải thường xuyên có trách nhiệm là
communicate
đưa cái
to
nội dung
people,
truyền bá,
then maybe
truyền tải
people don't
vào học đường.
understand
Mà cái này thì
or
chúng
they
tôi
don't have the awareness.
giáo dục
So that's
của
why
quận
we
Long
try
Biên
the
đã
best
làm,
so
và
that
vừa
we
qua
can
loan
integrate
tỏa thì trên những kênh YouTube
the
cũng đã tổ
heritage,
chức thực
the
hiện. Thì
tradition
đó là chúng tôi thấy
to
rằng là cái đạt được là
schools, to
sự kết nối
education
và
programs.
sự
So Vĩnh Phúc is
bàn
our
giao cho
province,
truyền giao
and
cho
we
một thế
did
hệ
that
mới sau
so
mà
that
giới thiệu
we
cái nghi thức nghi
can
lễ, và từ cái nghi lễ
transfer
đó nó sẽ dẫn
the
đến tức là
rituals
cái
and
truyền thuyết đó được bảo
the
tồn bảo tàng
heritage
và trao
to
truyền đó
the
được
younger
giữ vững.
generations so
Và
that
đồng
we
thời
can
nếu như
maintain
mà
that.
chúng ta thường xuyên
And
giao lưu cộng đồng rồi thì
if
trách nhiệm
we
của cộng đồng hiểu được
have
hơn,
more
và thế là ý
like
thức của mọi người dân
activities
tôn
to
trọng
raise
cái
awareness
nghi lễ
of the
đó, tập tục
community,
đó,
then
và trách nhiệm của
the
mỗi người dân
people
được nâng
will
lên,
show
thì thế rằng đấy
better
là sự kết nối
responsibilities.
đó nó càng được thắt chặt hơn.
Then
Và chính
yeah,
vì
with
vậy
that,
mà
then we
cái đó là cái thành
can
tích mà
improve
chúng tôi thấy rằng
the
là
status
cần phải có
after
những
the
biện pháp.
encryption. And
Và
then
trong cái lĩnh vực này thì chúng
we
tôi
think that
hiệp hội thì Việt Nam cũng thành lập cái
in
hiệp hội
Vietnam
để có một cái
we
tiếng nói
have
chung,
an
và tiếng
association
nói
so that
đó
we can
nói
have a
được với
common
cộng đồng
voice,
của
and
Việt Nam,
that
với các
common
nước
voice
bạn
could
Hàn Quốc,
we hope that
Campuchia
it
và
can come
Philippines
to
cũng
the
như
community
thế
in
giới
Vietnam
là
and to
Nhật
other
Bản
countries
và
like
Hàn Quốc. Thì chúng tôi mong muốn
Korea,
rằng
the
hiệp hội của chúng
Philippines,
ta
Cambodia,
sẽ có một cái
Japan,
tiếng nói chung,
so on
nói
and so
kết
forth.
chung
So
lại.
we hope that
Thì
we can
tôi
have
tin
a
rằng
common voice
cái thách
so
thức
that
đó,
we
cái
can
khó khăn
get
đó nó sẽ
together.
vượt qua,
And
và chúng
once
tôi
we
mọi người
have a
sẽ
common
làm
voice
được
and
tốt
we
những điều
work
đó.
together,
Cảm ơn.
then we will overcome all the challenges. Thank you.
네, 당면 위협하는 문제로 조직화를 더 해야 되겠다. 이른바 체계화하는 문제죠. 그래서
Yes, he mentioned that we would have to work together to organize more.
시기를
That's why the Preservation Association was very important to try to define these efforts. And that's the challenges and some of the issues that we've heard. And also, I think that this is similar to what we've heard from the Okton researchers. So in Okton, many of the village communities, they just tug the rope, and this was just part of their everyday life. But now that it's been inscribed into a national list, there's a little bit of confusion. Now they have to do this, now they have to do that. So when a local custom, a local ritual is inscribed into a national ICH, yes, it's a great honor, but it comes with a lot of responsibility as well. And because they use rattan, this rattan material is very hard to come by right now because the rattan tree takes a lot of time to grow, so it's very difficult. It's very similar here in Korea when we're sourcing the materials to make the rope. So this situation is very similar in Korea, and this is tied in with the climate crisis because we're seeing a lot of climate change, and there are many ice age elements that are being endangered because they have lack of access to the necessary materials. And of course, the challenge to have this transmitted to the next generation. That was a big challenge as well. The same question goes to the member from Huang Kan. What are some of the challenges and issues in transmitting the element? What has changed before and after the nomination?
Thank you for the question, and I'd like to share with you some issues, we can say challenges or difficulties in maintaining the and preservation and promotion of this heritage. To speak first about the opportunities of favorable conditions, I have to say that in 2023, it was a year our Tug-of-war in Hương Canh town has been recognized as has been inscribed as the ICH. A great international ICH. It is a great source of encouragement to us, the routine tug-of-war. And we also received the attention from leaders levels, from the provincial level to the district level, from the town level. They all pay attention to supporting and maintaining, preserving this tug-of-war, routine tug-of-war. Yeah, so they are the favorable conditions. And also something favorable to us is that it has been a traditional game, so widely supported by the people. In the routine tug-of-war festival, if you come to our Hương Canh township, you need to observe, to attend that festivity. Quite fascinating. Everyone close the door of their home, go to the space to observe the tug-of-war game. Yeah, great source of encouragement for us. And in addition to the favorable condition I mentioned above, there was also difficulties. The biggest one, as Mr. Khai from Long Biên have just shared with you, a rattan rope. It's not 1, 10 or 20 meters, but 60 centimeters. And for each year, it can generate only one section per year. So to have a rattan rope to use the tug-of-war, it would take decades, many years. Decades, tens of years. And if you find such a rattan, we need to go to the remote areas. For the people there need to try to find it. It took sometimes not 1 or 2 months to find it, sometimes 5 to 7 months to find such a rattan to work for the tug-of-war in Hương Canh township. The second difficulty, the second challenge, it is related to the promotion and including it into the educational programs, raising awareness in the public and the young generation. That has not been done synchronously. So we want to preserve and bring into full play that national identity. We need to boost the educational activities, especially educating of the public, especially younger generation. So right from the time when they are small, during their childhood, they should be aware of the significance of that traditional game we need to raise the awareness of everyone, old and young, so that they know that this is very useful and interesting. That is what I would like to share with you. Thank you.
예, 전승의 이업 부분만 두 가지로 말씀 주셨습니다.
Yes,
아직까지는
so he did
참여율이
mention
무척 뜨겁대요. 그래서
that yes, continue Huang Khan, there's a lot of people who continue to participate. There are many people who want to come and participate in Tug-of-war, but there is still also the challenge of getting the supply of rattan tree. And also, secondly, there needs to be more awareness spread among the young people so that they can learn about the importance of this, but this has not been done systematically, so this is a big challenge going forward. So I think the Korean representatives are also waiting to hear, be given the chance to talk about the challenges in transmission. And secondly, although there are these challenges of transmission, but there is a reason we still do this, because we are proud and we have the sense of achievement in tugging the rope. Can you tell us a little bit about those feelings?
Yes, so first of all, on the challenges in transmitting the heritage, if I may talk about that first, I want to talk about really bringing up these the practitioners. There are about 80 or so elements, and I know that we don't have a program right now to really find and identify and nurture the transmitters. So I know that it's the same case for associations and societies in Korea as well as other parts of the world. But it's important to make sure that we do have a framework or a structure that would enable us to nurture those that would practice this heritage. Right now, we do have the chair of the Preservation Society, but it's a 2 to 3 year tenure, so they would be replaced by a new chairman. So it's true that we don't have the core, a pillar in place that would help us continue on with this work of nurturing practitioners. So especially the transmitting societies, you know that there is a specific technique that is involved, which has to be handed down. So we need that support to have that right framework. And also for Gijisi 줄다리기 or Gijisi tug-of-war, it's true that we have so many people that would be involved in these events. And what happens is until the next event, of course, we do have that high expectations to really, once again, it brings us together because we have that high anticipation for an even better and more successful event the next time around. So I can really sense that cohesion and unity amongst the community members. And this, of course, can expand out to national unity. And also where I find it rewarding, with the 줄다리기 being inscribed on the list and it being world-renowned is something to be proud of. And I believe that it really provides us with motivation to make sure that we transmit this heritage. Yes, moving on, I would like to finally ask Chairman Lee Hong-man the challenges and what would be the rewarding part. Yes, there are, of course, so many challenges. So there are many challenges, but one would be really having members on board for this Preservation Society. We don't have young people that join because they themselves would have to go to work to bring bread to the table, so they don't have the time to really join this preservation work. And in the case of the 감내 crab 줄다리기, it takes place on the 15th day of the Lunar New Year. In the full moon, and it was 1984 when we were inscribed as a national heritage by the province. And it's about 900,000 won for the holders. But then for the others, the rest, they don't get any compensation. Therefore, they have to bring bread to the table, but they can't really just come to support this work with no compensation. And it, of course, makes it very difficult. But if the government can support, that would be great. Of course, for those that work for transmission, it would be great if we can actually provide them with some type of support, but none is done. And for those that want to be involved in transmitting, for them to come to maybe be evaluated, there's no support in the process to have them come in and take part in this program. But I want to mention that especially for the trainers, at least to provide them with maybe some to compensate for their transport, for instance, at a minimum, is I think something that is required. And whichever association or organization it may be, if there are no members, it's non-existent. Even if we do have so much to eat, there's nobody to eat it, then it carries no meaning. So I think that this is something that we should recommend to the government to at least provide some compensation for, let's say, business trip or transport for trainers. Yes, if you can put in some effort in that, we would be grateful. Yes, I'll do my best. Yes, but before I go into the challenges, I want to ask, is our moderator jotting notes down on what is being said? Yes, thank you. And as for Samcheok, as was mentioned, the Preservation Society members, they are volunteers, basically. We work for no compensation. You can see that in the past, maybe there would have been many volunteers to do road work, for instance, in the past, way back, but that no longer happens. So I want to say that we work free of charge with no compensation, which makes it more difficult to mobilize and have more members. And I would also like to ask you to call the mayor of Samcheok for further support for the tugging rituals of Samcheok. And it's a great honor. Once again, we have Dangjin's Chairman Gujadong and Chairman Shinsu-sik of Yongsan. Thanks to them, Samcheok is a very small region with a very small community, but we were able to be a part of the UNESCO list. So for us, it's a great honor, and I will always treat all of you with a meal. So Dangjin, we envy you, and thank you very much for letting us join this endeavor. Yes, so because the tugging ritual is about having as many members as possible, it's a group and teamwork. That's why it's very difficult because we need more people. And for us to be really proud of our work, of course, we would need financial support to have more people on board. And it's also important to provide that environment so that everybody would feel proud of their work, so that they can feel that sense of pride, the trainers and those that would transmit the heritage. As for the associations with no holders or bearers or no trainers, it would carry no meaning. So to really have designated instructors going forward, I think is a must. And of course, this is something that we see around the world. And with the decrease in population, we don't have many young generation participating in this process. So one way to motivate them is to actually make sure that helps them really feel proud of what they do. So one would be the inscription on the list. That would, of course, help. And in addition to that, if we have museums or if we do have specific infrastructure, these facilities, I think would also help motivate people to really participate so that they can be really proud of their work and find it rewarding. So at the Chuldarigi, the Tugging Ritual Association, I think that we need to really muster our wisdom to find a way to have more people on board. Yes, I think that if we go into the challenges, well, there would be so much we would have to speak overnight. But it's of course too harsh to have the trainers and those just the transmitters and the holders to really bear the burden. And it's about the experts, the relevant organizations, the stakeholders all come together to find a solution to this. And if you consider the ideal world of the tug of war, it's about that world full of love and affection. It's a caring world, and it's not just for those that would weave the rope and twist their ropes. It's for everyone to be involved. And yes, we were able to listen to the precious voices of our holders and bearers. And I know that you may have many questions, but I do know that dinner is of course, as important or even more important. So in lieu of time, we'll have to end it here. We have our 4 speakers from Korean and overseas. A big round of applause, please, for our wonderful experts. And with that, we would like to conclude the special session, the open chat on tug-of-war's contributions to an inclusive society built together. Thank you.